And welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nurses. Good to see you all here. Before we call the meeting to order, I would like to offer a prayer of thanksgiving. So if you will bow with me, if you choose not to pray, I ask that you reflect upon three things for which you are grateful. Please bow. Gracious Father, we thank you for the gift of today. We thank you for allowing us to be your hands and feet in the noble profession that is nursing. Guide our hearts and our minds today, Lord, and help us to make decisions that are pleasing to you. Be with us all as we progress through this day, and thank you for the gift of discernment and wisdom. We love you, Lord, and we ask all these things in your Son's name. Amen. Okay, so we are now ready to go on record. I will begin with introductions. I am Dr. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Harley Walker, LPN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Pamela Ratliff, Assistant Attorney General.
My name is Jonathan Badgett. I'm interning with the Attorney General's office this summer. I'm a law student.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Jonathan, like you said, it's interning with the Attorney General's office. He is a law student. He will be observing the administrative hearing process procedures. He will be in an observation capacity only. He will not interact with the board's decisions or deliberations in any way, shape, or form. He is not a member of the hearing.
The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a full board panel with 1 serving as alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning this case. Let's see, attorney for the respondent.
That would be.
Okay. All right, we'll just turn it over to the hearing. We'll begin our hearings in today's matter. Today's date is July the 15th. The time right now is 8:50 a.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The first matter called to the docket will be in the matter of license number R873604 issued to Monique Pendleton, case number 2025-0243. Again, my name, yes, sir. Again, my name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I will serve as the hearing officer in today's hearings. My role during the course of the proceeding is limited, and I will rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, speak of the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable law and rules. This is an administrative proceeding. It is not a court of law, so the panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure. However, I may use both as a guide when ruling on any objections in this matter. At this time, I'll ask the board members, I know they just introduced themselves to everyone, but for this hearing, I will ask them to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the hearing alternate and will not participate in the deliberations or the discussions. Nancy Norris Johnson.
Janelle Moody, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Harley Walker, LPN, alternate.
Thank you. And I'll ask the attorney representing the Board of Nursing to introduce themselves for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee present? Okay. All right, Ms. Pendleton, you have an attorney with you? Yes. Okay. Attorney from introduce themselves.
Again, my name is Attorney Peter Stewart, Stewart and Associates Law Office.
Ms. Pendleton, will you be testifying today?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Have any other witnesses?
I do. Bishop Kruder.
If you will introduce yourself, raise your hand. Okay. Any other witnesses on behalf of the board?
No, Your Honor.
I've asked that all witnesses who are going to testify today be sworn.
Please raise your right hand.
I have 4.
You have additional witnesses? Who else is going to be your witnesses?
Lorraine Gaddis, she's my sponsor.
Okay, who else?
Alandra Gilbert and Deborah Rhodes.
Okay. Is everyone present in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if ever, with anyone who's gonna offer testimony today, they will raise their hand to be sworn.
We swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request B1 through B11 be admitted in the record. On behalf of Ms. Pendleton, her application is P1 in the exhibits.
No objections? All right. Hearing no objections to B1 through B11 or P1 admitted, those will be admitted as marked into the record. Since this is going to be an application for restoration of license, the hearing procedure will be a little bit altered from the disciplinary matters. The hearing will proceed as follows. Both parties may provide opening statements. Opening statements as well as closing statements are not required and are not evidence. They are merely persuasive. After opening statements, we'll hear arguments from both parties. Since this is an application for restoration, the licensee or the applicant has the burden of proof and will present her case in chief. Counsel for the board may then cross-examine and question any witnesses offered by the licensee or applicant, and the board hearing panel may also question any witnesses. Once the licensee is put on their case in chief, the board will put on any rebuttal or any case that they want to present. And the licensee, of course, has the right to cross-examine any of witnesses. The board hearing panel can question anyone for further information. Once both sides have concluded, we'll have closing statements if those are desired. The board will then deliberate on the matter and will render their ruling today. A formal order will be issued within 45 days from today's hearing. Are there any other matters that need to be discussed before we proceed? All right, we'll go ahead and proceed. Then applicant, you can put on your case.
Good morning. Members of the board. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to, okay. Good morning, members of the board. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Monique Pendleton, and I'm here respectfully to request reinstatement of my nursing licenses, which were revoked in February of 2023. I want to begin by taking full responsibility for my actions that led to the loss of my license. I wrote prescriptions without completing the proper documentation, and I picked prescriptions up. As serious breaches of professional standards at the time, I did not fully grasp the weight and potential consequences of my actions. But I understand now that my choices not only violated policy, but also risk patient safety and public trust. I am deeply remorseful for my actions and the impact they had on my career and on the nursing profession as a whole. Since that time, I've made it a priority to work on myself and rebuild the integrity I once carried in my role as a nurse. I have completed drug counseling, the meetings with AA online and in person, 3 or more a week. Talked and met with my sponsor, met and spoke with my bishop weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, and now as needed. I speak and meet with my therapist, psychologist, bi-monthly or PRN. And I recently received my certification as a community health worker. I volunteered at local churches to speak at health fairs, participated in community outreach. I've participated in community outreach and taken time to reflect on personal growth and professional growth. I've taken CEUs on substance abuse and opioid prescriptions and working on myself mentally and physically, spiritually. This journey has taught me about accountability, ethics, and the importance of proper documentation and communication in healthcare. I am committed to upholding those standards, and if granted the chance to return to nursing, I will prove that I do have those behaviors of being respectful, carrying my wisdom and knowledge through the community, because a community without knowledge shall perish. I also love this profession, and I'm asking for the opportunity to earn back the trust I lost. I am fully prepared to follow any conditions the board may set and to prove that I am ready to return as a safer and more responsible nurse practitioner. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pendleton is here today asking this panel to restore her license to practice nursing. She has the burden to prove why this panel should grant her petition. Ms. Pendleton's license, as she said, was revoked for failing to make entries in records and for obtaining drugs except as legally directed. Those were the charges. At her hearing, the panel determined that on more than one occasion, she had picked up a patient's medication that she had prescribed and had failed to document the prescription or the encounter. On one occasion, the patient actually reported that they never received the medication. So in considering whether to restore her license to practice nursing, we would ask the panel to consider how long it's been since she practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since she lost her license, compliance with all the restoration requirements, and any other outstanding fines or penalties that she has. And lastly, if the public will be protected. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Pendleton, since you do have an attorney, your attorney will be directing the proceedings on your behalf. I allowed you to make the opening statement since that's not evidence, but I will let Mr. Stewart begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you this morning. Ms. Pendleton, of course, obviously just now she's admitted her wrongdoing. The board, of course, has its procedures in place for reinstatement. In her case, because it involved the prescribing of barbiturates, if you would, drugs, that required her to face, or rather the reality of needing drug treatment. She has done that drug treatment. She has participated. She has gone to meetings. She's gotten a sponsor. She's followed the guidelines. She has submitted to this board the proof of her attendance to those meetings. This has been supplied to the board, which you all have in the packet, that proof of her attendance to these meetings. She does have the letters in support of her reinstatement. She does have the proof from her sponsor of attending those meetings. That's very vital, is that there be a human being, a person who verifies that, yes, she has gone through what we call the 12 steps of substance abuse in fulfilling these requirements to come before the board. She has not violated. She has not done anything else. She has not attempted to hold herself out as a nurse practitioner able to provide prescriptions during that time period.
If you would, I need you to question the witness to put that information in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying I could do my own say. I apologize.
Yep, if you want to make an opening statement, I
I
don't have an
apologize.
objection to that, but your client made the opening statement.
Okay. And you were asking me to rep my questions. You said to do.
Present your testimony, your evidence
Okay, yes, sir.
in support of the restoration.
Our application. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have here, Your Honor, the individual results of her drug tests. All right. We want to submit these documents, Your Honor. And I'm a little bit off a little bit. This is a hearing as opposed to a courtroom. I'm used to a little bit different decorum. My apologies. Okay. So here.
And I apologize if I threw you off. If you need to make your opening statement,
Right.
but I need you to put in the evidence or the testimony to support it.
Okay. All right. Let me start, if I may, Ms. Pendleton. Okay. Have you participated in drug treatment?
Yes, I have. I've attended Zoom meetings with Fireside Zoom, as well as attending AA in-person meetings with Yana. And I've done since over a year and a half of those AA meetings. And I've also participated with the Affinity Spectrum drug screenings, random drug tests, and they're in the packet with the binder that I submitted this morning. So those are the two to prove that I have not been in contact with any type of illegal substance.
And as part of that, drug treatment, were you given certain, responsibilities to fulfill, reading any books, any material, anything like that?
We have the big book that we read, as well as 12 steps. Every month carries a step that we correlate with, and like January step 1 until we get to December step 12. And of course, sometimes you go back and forth with the steps, being forgiving. Right now, list as to who you want to forgive, forgiving yourself, prayer, meditating, find a higher being, which most of us would say God. I've always been a spiritual person and a religious person, so there was no problem with me knowing that God has always been in my life. It's just that, that's a part of the program.
And were you required to get a sponsor as part of these steps?
Yes,
Who did you get as a sponsor?
my sponsor is Lorraine Gaddis, and she is here today to testify.
And there are 12 steps, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
How many of those steps did you say you completed?
All 12
Okay, in what time period?
in a year's time.
Okay, do you remember when you started?
Back in February, I think that was 2024, I believe.
And without breaking anyone else's anonymity, where did you go for these meetings, if you would?
I went to Yana as well as doing Fireside. When I couldn't go in person, I did Fireside Zoom.
And on Fireside, that's some sort of application, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Speaking to.
Too cloudy, yeah, okay. Okay, all right, now then, drug testing, okay, did you participate in drug testing?
yes, I did. I did drug screening. There were random drug screenings, and I have to check in every day, log in, and it'll tell me if I was selected to be tested that particular day.
And what was it that would tell you, what is this? that
It's
would
a
tell-
program, Affinity Spectrum. You log in and it'll tell you if you've been selected or not. And once you are selected, you go to one of the labs that you put down that you want to be drug screened at, and you go there, get drug screened, and then your results will populate within 48 hours.
And was this affinity system, was this something you chose, or was something that was recommended for you?
That was something recommended for me that was set up through the board.
Okay, all right. Have you had any problems with affinity, missing any drug screens?
No, I haven't missed any drug screenings.
Okay, and did your documentation that you submitted to the board show that?
Yes, it showed that I made every drug screen that I was asked to make.
Okay. Now, you're also required to have, I believe it's at least 5 letters, if you would, or support letters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, did you get many support letters? How many did you get?
Yes, I did get affidavits of support, and I believe it's about 15 or 16 support letters.
Okay. Did you happen to get any of those people who wrote a support letter for you? Are they here today? Is that?
Yes, some of them are here today.
And were you required to also write any type of when you did these steps, was there any type of writing and things that you involved in exercises that involved as well with your treatment doing these 12 steps?
Yes, there were different exercises, different tests to analyze me as a person, how I felt, apology letters, just the, places where I felt like I went wrong and how I could better myself as a person. And I did go through those steps and just saw, different character defects in myself and how to work on those.
All right. And I'm gonna hand you something here. Thompson, can you, again, I'm sorry, I'm so used to being in court with this, I apologize. Can you tell the board, what this is?
These are the results of the drug screens that I completed.
And, who are they from?
They're from Spectrum, the affinity company that determines when I have to do the drug screenings.
Okay, and so when did those tests start?
They started March of 2024.
When did they end?
They ended July of this year.
All right. And what do the results report to say?
All the results are negative,
All the results are negative, indicating negative drug screens?
indicating negative drug screens.
And I would like to submit this, again, I'm sorry to this court. I'd like to submit this to the board, and evidence of negative drug screens for 12 months.
Is this information that's in addition to the P1 documentation?
I believe it should not be, it should have been submitted.
Your Honor, I think it's already in here as B10. I was looking to confirm.
Yeah, well, I believe it's already been. And again, I apologize, I haven't. Old school, probably, yes.
If we're referencing something, we have it.
Sorry, that. And also I'm going to help with the negative drug. Okay.
So
Well-
so those items have already been introduced as B10.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Again, my apologies, I came prepared, I'm just following my script.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now then, let's go ahead and get to, accountability, the issue of accountability. You say you take accountability, for your actions, okay? Are you required to do any continuing education?
Yes, I was required to do continuing education as nurses and nurse practitioners, continuing education hours. So I did do continuing education hours, and I also focused on substance abuse and opioid prescription prescribing as well.
And how many hours are you required to complete?
I believe that's 30 hours. I can't remember off the top of my head right now, but
And how many hours did you complete?
I completed over 60 hours.
Uh, Did you learn and understand the error of your ways of what you had done that was wrong?
Yes, I learned a great deal.
Okay. Now, with regards to you, also, have you maintained your compliance? You have license. It's missing on place. You have a nursing license.
No.
Okay, where else do you have a nursing license?
I held nursing license in Wyoming and Texas.
Have they been notified of your disciplinary action?
Yes, they were notified.
And have you disclosed to them, according to the proper requirements, your progress here in Mississippi with this license, these proceedings?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And you have, I believe we have notified here Wyoming State Board of Nursing and Texas Board of Nursing, so they've been notified, and they're obviously aware and waiting on the results of this board here, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I believe that the board that's, I'm referring to B8 and B9, indicating, of course, those boards of nurses have been notified of her actions, that she's been suspended here. Okay. And what actions have they taken? Have those other states taken in regards to these actions?
They haven't taken any. They just wanted me to let them know the results from this hearing.
All right. And so have you been practicing nursing in either of those two states?
No, I haven't.
Okay. In fact, what have you been doing? Have you done any practice in, say, Mississippi?
No, I haven't.
You've been in compliance in that department, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You've not had any criminal charges, correct?
No, I
You're
haven't.
not on probation for any crimes?
No,
Okay. Those states constitute the only two states in which you're licensed, correct?
yes, sir.
Like to, hear the witness.
Okay. Mr. Walker, any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Pendleton, will you, just for the record, will you state your name, your placement, and where you're currently employed?
My name is Monique Deidre Pendleton, and I am currently employed as a community health worker through the SEAL team with Mississippi Department of Health
And how long have you been working there?
for about 4 months.
So before that, where were you at?
I was still with them, but we were in training. So I was in training to become a SEAL worker. I mean, a community health worker.
How long was that training?
Oh, that was about 3 months.
About 7 months, that's what you were doing?
Yes, sir.
So before that, so after you lost your license, they were revoked. What were you doing then?
I was a CPR instructor. I teach CPR.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I started out as a LPN, and then I received my associate degree through Excelsior College. I later went to Delta State University, obtained my BS. Then I went to Walden University for my master's and my doctorate in nursing at Walden University
When did you get your doctorate?
in 2014.
And so you've been a nurse for, when were you first licensed? I'm sorry.
In 1999.
So it's just because this is related to your MP license. So you've been an MP
Since 2012.
since 2012? So well over 10 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us about your work history just as an MP? And I don't need the whole.
Okay. My work history has started at Mallory Community Health Center. Then I worked at Family Healthcare Center.
How long did you work at the Family Healthcare Center and stuff?
I worked at Family Healthcare Center for 2 years.
Were you just doing
Worked as a family practitioner. I saw pediatrics and adults.
is that kind of what you've done generally as an MP?
Yes, sir.
Geriatrics and family health? Or I'm sorry, pediatrics and family health.
Yes, sir.
So kind of you lost your license, and I believe you said this already because of what you were doing. Can you tell us what was your common practice when you wrote a prescription? What was your common practice?
My common practice,
Mhm.
by common practice,
Prescription for a patient, what was your common practice? What is it common for an MP? You were an MP since 2012.
you see the patient, assess them, you diagnose them, then you write the prescription for whatever the illness is. Like if they have a sinus infection, you write the antibiotics. They have a cough, you determine if the cough is viral or bacterial. And if they tell you it's persistent cough, or if certain medications doesn't work for the cough, you prescribe what works best for the patient.
And that should be documented in the record, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it should be.
And that's what you weren't doing, is documenting the record and after you prescribed.
Yes, sir.
So in that, because what you lost your license for was that you were picking these up. Why were you picking up prescriptions for patients?
During that time, that was during COVID. So, I thought it was okay to pick up prescriptions because a lot of people weren't leaving their homes. So I would go pick up the medicine and take it to the homes of the patient. So they would have their medicine there.
But would you agree that's not a common practice?
Yes, sir. Now I know that it's not a common practice.
I mean, so I guess what I'm saying is, do you see how that would open the door for, because you had, and then as a finding in your order, was that there was a patient that said they didn't get it. Correct.
Yes, sir.
So would you agree that kind of opens the door for issues?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever not give a patient their medication?
Did I ever not give a patient their medication?
Well, yeah, because according to your order, I guess what I'm getting at is, all we have really is your order. Right?
Yes.
So some context to your order would be,
Yes, sir.
so did you ever not give it to them?
Yes, sir.
This time, as counsel for the respondent, I want to make this response. We're here today, obviously, we know the circumstances. I'm here to protect my client. I don't want to make any statements that could make her criminally liable. To that effect, I haven't talked to my client and instructed her that as today's hearings is to be totally truthful. And at this point in time, I believe that the questions are not getting to that point. So Ms. Pennell, I think now would be the time, if you feel necessary, to go ahead and explain to this board what we discussed.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought the witness had been tendered.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Is she asserting, are you objecting to the questioning on her behalf?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting for the board to respond to, we may have to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. I don't want to do that. I'm not quite sure where the question is going. I don't know if we might need to go off the record.
Any response?
Well, yeah, a couple of things. This is a finding that's already been in her order. I'm not asking anything that wasn't found, it's already in her order. Number one. Number two, it's an open meeting. We can't, so there's not off the record unless we made a statutory reasoning to go off the record.
I would draw my objection.
Okay.
So my next question is to that. So why were you not documenting encounters or when you prescribe?
At that point in time, during practicing, being so busy with the different patients and just a lot of being busy and doing other works and seeing patients, some of them I did forget to actually document.
So you're here to get your license back. So what can you offer? Why? What would be different if you get busy now? What assurances can you give that you're not going to have the same mistake?
I would make sure that I have a reminder. I would write in a notebook everything that I'm doing, each patient down. So I will go back and refer to checking that notebook before I would leave the clinic and make sure that I document on every patient that I've seen that particular day. And also have my assistant to remind me, hey, make sure that you document it on every patient that you saw today.
You would agree that it's very likely that you're going to be busy, correct? If your license is granted.
Yes, it's likely that I will be busy.
And you think that you can manage that now?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think that now?
Because I know that I have better management skills and time management skills, so I would be able to document and schedule where I know I have time to document.
You submitted, I think it's on page 37, we don't have to look at it. You talked about counseling that you've been in, and you probably mentioned this earlier, and so I apologize if you did. Can you tell us what kind of counseling that is?
That was with my psychologist, and it was just basically to help me as a person to get me mentally prepared as a person and to see what I was going through, different crises that I had experienced. That different crises that I had experienced, like mental abuse and physical abuse, which one really led to what happened to me getting my license revoked.
And how often are you still seeing this?
No, I'm not.
How often did you go to them?
Quite often.
More than once a week?
I would say about once or twice a week.
And when was the last time you saw them?
It's been over 2.5 years.
So why did you stop going, I guess, would be my next
Why
question.
did I stop?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I knew that I deserved better.
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about the counseling.
Oh, I hadn't stopped counseling.
Okay, that was my question, I apologize. So are you still seeing the counselor now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said, how often do you see the counselor?
I see him every 2 months or as needed.
We have your prescriptions you're taking. Is there anything that's listed on your P&P that was included in these exhibits that you're taking now that's not listed?
I don't think so. Only thing that may not be listed is Adipex, because they gave me that for weight loss. But it is in the exhibit where my doctor did drug screening on me when they prescribed the Adipex. So it should be in there. I know the new binder that I brought up today.
Just for do we have that new binder is it different than what was submitted today? Because if you're wanting it admitted, it would need to be admitted.
It shouldn't be. It should be in that one as well. The one that I submitted, it should show where they prescribed me the Adipex.
We would definitely want to have the minute.
So you also submitted your assessment?
Yes, sir. It should be at the very back.
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you this. Do you think you have a substance abuse problem?
No, sir.
It appears that your assessment, you would agree, did not either. Said, I believe, did not contain sufficient evidence to warrant classifying her as likely to have a substance abuse disorder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and you said you were working the 12 steps. So was that for substance abuse, or was this, why were you working the 12 steps?
It was a requirement for the board.
Assessment, and you completed that in a year?
Yes, sir.
So it was.
And I continue to do it because once I did the year, they said I should continue it until I did my hearing. So just whatever the board requires me to do, I'm willing to do it to show that I'm serious about getting my license reinstated.
It also did recommend that you should seek some counseling for the next 12 months from that date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And continue with the AA meetings 3 per week. Is that correct as well?
There should be, I think so, but it's another one, the next one. It should be one that he recently wrote on the next page. Well, you may not have that one, but he has the one that I submitted today. Binder. Um,
Okay, we'll check on that as well. So in your employment history, it looked like you resigned back in March of 2018. Is that correct? On your application. In 2018, you resigned. Is that correct? Like, when looking at your employment history?
Wait a minute, let me see. Give me just a minute, please.
Course indulgence.
Yes, sir, I did resign.
And then the next for 2019, you had disabled. So you didn't work at all from,
No, sir, I resigned because I was having a lot of migraines, and then they found out that I had a brain tumor.
okay.
So I had to undergo multiple MRIs because of the growth of the tumor, and I ended up having to have it removed in 2021.
So when was the last time, I guess, where I was going is when was the last time you worked as an MP?
It's been probably about 3 years.
About 3 years? And was that at the family health care?
No, it hadn't been 3 years. It's whenever my license were revoked. 2 years. 1.5 years.
So the next thing I have, and really this, I guess, is one of the last few questions I have. Is on your affidavit. Yes, I think you testified this earlier. You have several affidavits, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I noticed on some of these, is because these are from people that you know that you've asked to write from these, correct?
I've asked what?
To write based on your character.
Yes, sir.
So on some of these, like the one by Miss Davis, it's on page 58 if you want to look at it. On the question asked about why it was revoked, it says her license was revoked because of accusations about improper documentation and picking up medication, I guess. And then that's one, for example. And then there's another one by Miss Edmond on page 60. It says your license was revoked because of false reports. You have another one by Miss Gilbert. Says that your license, the same thing pretty much due to accusations. There's several I noticed that seem to say these are accusations or false reports. Can you tell me why so many said that? And I agree that you did have some that seem to state exactly what had happened and took accountability, but there were several that stated that these were false accusations. Can you tell us?
I don't know why they would say they were false accusations. They were just writing, I guess they were just writing what they thought with completing the affidavit, but I never said anything about anything being false.
But these were people that supposedly know that you had submit affidavits for you, correct?
Yes,
So, and I think you
and
said,
I have additional affidavits from what you have, so excuse me for interrupting.
you, I think I heard you say this, and I'm not trying to, you said you took accountability for what you did. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you agree that everything that is your order is what happened to you or what you did?
Yes, sir.
So one second, I think we have her binder. I think this is all in here, but out of abundance of caution, can we introduce this on her behalf? I think this is what you brought today.
Yes, sir.
Objections to that?
I don't have any objection, I'm sure. That's fine if you want to do that. Just for the sake, I'm not gonna go through all over. We'll get copies made and
No, you can have that, because they said I needed 9 binders.
we have plenty of copies.
Okay. We'll mark that as paycheck then.
I apologize, John. Would you agree that based on your actions and your order, your license being revoked, that you presented some accountability or trust issues with the board?
Yes, sir.
Why should, with that being said, and you taking accountability, why should the board grant your license back? What reasoning should they give?
You can trust me. The board can trust me because I have gone through the steps that were required. I have worked on myself. I've gone through counseling. And number one, that I'm human, that, and I've made mistakes. I've owned up to my mistakes. And, I've just asked for another chance for you guys to see that I worked hard through this. I've changed a lot of things in my life. I worked the steps. I had a counselor, a sponsor. I've done everything required. I take my job seriously. I've always wanted to be someone in healthcare. Even in nursing school, when I went through a myasthenia crisis, I was in ICU and was on a ventilator, came off the ventilator, and I was asking for my books. I wasn't concerned about anything else but nursing. And I even had to go to Methodist rehab to learn how to walk again. And I was more focused on wanting to be able to get back up and walk so I could carry out my purpose, because I know this is God's purpose and plan for my life, to be a provider. So just given a chance to show that I can and will be a trustworthy person to carry out the purpose and will and my heart's desire to practice as a nurse practitioner again. You won't see this ever happen again.
I believe, Mr. Stewart asked you earlier that he said, had you learned from your mistakes? And you said, yes. What would you say you learned?
I've learned that, first of all, it being in an abusive relationship, to get help. Second of all, that I had to work on me. I always keep God first in everything I do. And just trust and believe in God. And with me being in this profession, there's nothing that I could have done without God. So doing anything differently, keeping God first. And don't worry about man. Just worry about my patience, keeping God first, and protecting my mental peace. And if anything arises as far as my safety or my peace, to always seek help. And that's one thing I lacked. I did not seek help when I should have sought help. And I just really know now, since I've gone through this 12 steps and the psychological help and through prayer, that I can do this job to the best of my ability, diligently, respectfully, and as a trustworthy person.
One more thing I want to clear. You said earlier that I believe it's Texas. Yes, sir. Texas and
Wyoming.
You said they were waiting on.
Well, Wyoming, that license, it expired. I hadn't worked in Wyoming for years, but since I did carry a license at one time there, it still went to their state licensure.
Correct, and it looks like they dismissed it right now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But in Texas, it looked like you you had an agreed order to surrender, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you surrendered your Texas license.
Yes, sir.
The only other thing I have, I think, is you said that there were times that you had picked up medication and they didn't get it. So what did you do with it? Because you don't, and the reason I'm asking, you've admitted you don't have a substance abuse problem, and by the record, it shows that you don't. So why would patients not get their medication?
I was in an abusive relationship and I was threatened to write and pick up the medicine to give to him because he's the one who had he's the one that had the substance abuse problem.
I have no further questions, John.
Read the rep. Thank you. You agree that the central question is whether or not you can be trusted again, correct?
Yes, sir.
The instances in which the actual acts committed, the actual taking of prescriptions, picking up prescriptions, improper, all of that, was that related to this or because of this abusive relationship?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, all right. Has that abusive relationship ended?
Yes, it has.
Okay, and how long has it ended?
It's been over 2 years.
Okay, have you sought counseling for that?
I have.
With who?
Dr. Marion.
How long?
It's been over a year.
Okay. You got a letter from Dr. Marion, correct?
Yes, sir, I have letters from Dr. Marion. It's in the binder.
So the court, let the court recognize that, there is, the letter has been provided from Dr. Marion for, the counselor she, just testified. But now that letter, of course, refers to substance abuse. Okay. Dr. Marion, for your physical abuse in the relationship, and how it affected you and beat you down, have you sought counseling from that, from anyone, any counselor, bishop, teacher, anyone?
My bishop.
Okay. So, and what's his name? Please just state his whole name for the record.
Bishop Ronnie Cruder Sr. Bishop Ronnie Cruder Sr. Cruder.
Can you, yes. These here, some of y'all. Correct all of us. How long did you meet with, or counsel with, your bishop regarding this abusive relationship?
Well, I still counsel with him whenever I need to. So it's been about 2 years.
Did I give you advice even with regards to, relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was my advice?
To just not date anybody to get myself together.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions?
Does the board panel have any questions for the licensee?
Pendleton, thank you for being here with us today. I just have a couple questions. What type of continuing education courses have you done?
I've done the CEUs for substance abuse, for I think it's called TAC or something that's required for Texas Board of Nursing, dealing with substance abuse. I've done on kidney disease, quite a few CEUs on assessments. Mostly I know at least 4 different CEUs on substance abuse and opioid prescribing.
If your license were to be restored, do you have an area of practice or a potential job that you're pursuing?
Well, before my license got revoked, I had my own clinic. So I would like to reopen my clinic. Good morning.
When was the last time that you worked as a nurse?
It's been over 2 years,
For 2 years?
2023. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And where did you work at that time?
I worked at my clinic. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about the attorney.
How long have you had your own clinic?
Um,
Place that you worked?
no, ma'am, it's not the only place I worked. I worked at Family Healthcare Clinic as a nurse practitioner and also Mallory Healthcare Clinic as a family practitioner.
Good morning, Ms. Pendleton.
Good morning.
I do appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the plethora of community service you have done. You know, we need that in our community, so I applaud you for that. I see here, it appears you graduated from Walden University November 1st, 2014,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you began work as a nurse practitioner in early 2015.
Yeah. Yes,
Describe your relationship with your precepting physician or physicians.
It's a good relationship. We would meet at times just to sit down and talk about different things. She was also my preceptor, getting some of my hours required to be a NP. I think then we needed 720 hours. So I was there in clinic watching her, and she would also watch me go in, assess patients, and see my diagnosis, and then we will meet in the hall and she would ask me, what did I think? What was my diagnosis? And then we would compare and she would say, well, okay, look at it at this perspective. This is how you would do it. And some things are not always textbook. You listen to the patient and this is how you would treat. And I should have just listened and remembered that, as well as from one of my professors. She said, if it's not documented, it wasn't done. So she's very good, very intelligent, very smart. We were on Winter Street with, you may be familiar with Dr. Robert Smith. That was the clinic he was in, but her name is Dr. Tamara Winfield.
Okay. So you would describe your relationship with her as supportive?
Support, yes.
Oversight?
Yes.
Appropriate oversight?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your education at Walden, your nurse practitioner education, and then I want to ask about your doctorate from Walden. Was the curriculum structured that you felt you received an adequate education? I know you referred to an instructor, I don't know if, or a professor, I don't know if it
Yes,
was.
ma'am. I feel like it was adequate. We had different places that we had to find where we had to do our preceptor hours that they approved and Mississippi approved of. But the classroom was quite supportive. We had certain questions we had to answer in projects. And then we had to answer the question and then reply to another student's answer to their questions, or make a statement saying, okay, this is what I thought about this particular scenario. So it was very educational because we got to do a lot of insight and details. And I remember one particular case, we were studying the neurological system, and the student made a dendrite to describe her answer, and it was very I'm like, wow, she really went into detail with that. So it was very informative and educational. So I was like, okay. So I learned a lot from that program, as well as going out to the different preceptors, learning their perspectives and how to gather information.
All right, tell me, I'm assuming a DNP from Walden, Doctor of Nursing Practice?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you receive that degree?
I think that was in 14. If it's not 14, it was 16.
So you went back to Walden after your master's degree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And what was that concentration or focus?
It was just still family.
Okay. I see that you pursued outpatient treatment for your needs to be met at the time after your license was revoked. Explain to me, did you feel that outpatient treatment could meet your needs at that time? What was your feeling about inpatient treatment versus outpatient treatment?
I felt that I needed outpatient treatment because I never had a drug addiction. I don't even drink or smoke, so it was due to an abusive relationship, not something on my own doing of using any kind of mhm. Not to anything of my doing as far as taking any drugs or anything. I've never used drugs or anything. Yeah. Mhm. And I also had a drug assessment done by the psychologist, and he agreed to the AA and 12 steps. So I
So you
just,
felt that the outpatient treatment met your needs as well as an inpatient treatment would?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my last question, my apologies for being so lengthy. I noted in, the, the report from, Dr. David Marion, PhD, and on page 146. And that assessment, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was done June the 17th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was the date he performed the assessment on you, the psychological assessment at the request of the Board of Nursing.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm on page 146, and I need you to speak to the statement Dr. Marion made under exam near the bottom. It says, judgment appears to be poor. Judgment appears to be poor. Why would Dr. Marion make that statement in his report? Judgment appears to be poor.
I just believe at that time my judgment was poor because of the mental stress and anguish I had gone through. But if you would look at the one he did recently, says the assessment is different. It's in a new binder.
I'm sorry, I don't have privy to that binder.
It should be on the last page of the new binder.
I believe has been admitted.
I see that, and I appreciate that. I didn't have, like I said, I did not have access to that.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
my follow-up question was something from his statement in the 2024 report.
Okay.
And it states, that the outpatient treatment should continue, and you are exhibiting symptoms of depression that have an adverse effect or impairs her work performance and requires continued treatment. So my question is this today, based on your mental health today, where you are sitting here, do you feel that you are able to safely render patient care and not just, registered nurse patient care, but advanced practice, registered nurse patient care? Do you feel like you can safely render the care? You can write the prescriptions. There'll be no temptations to go back to previous behaviors, whether the medicine was for someone else or not. Do you think you're in a safe place to care for others?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I do feel like I can safely render the care, the assessment, and write the prescriptions safely. I am in a better mental space. I'm just in a better space, period. A new, different joy, new, different peace. I've sought counseling. I've gone through all the counseling and the steps. I am not depressed anymore. I have not been, I've not seen my abuser in over 2 years. I have not dated anyone. So I am just in a good space. So I really feel like I can go out and do my duty and due diligence as a nurse practitioner.
So, and just referring back to our previous conversations, the brain tumor's been removed.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have not practiced as a nurse practitioner in 2.5 years.
I think it's been about 2. Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like you could step foot in the clinic tomorrow in theory and be well versed on new medications, new procedures, new diagnoses, new treatments, things of that nature? You feel like you could step right back into that role immediately? Do you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Any further questions? All right. Did that, any redirect from the board's questions?
Oh, no, not the same. Thank
All right. Hear that witness? All right.
you. Would that be the time to request opportunity to present, board of witnesses?
Any other witnesses you have?
Bishop Ronnie Crudup.
I'd like to call Bishop Ronnie Crudup. I believe he has been sworn.
He has, but he'll need to speak where he can speak with the microphone.
Okay.
You're good. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Ronnie Crudup. I'm the diocese bishop for a group called the Fellowship of International Churches. I'm also the senior pastor of New Horizon Church International here in Jackson, Mississippi, as well as president of New Horizon Ministries, Inc. Here in town. Dr. Pendleton is a member in good standing of New Horizon. Over the last year and a half, I have had the privilege of actually meeting with her and counseling with her at least twice a week. And she's been exemplary in terms of that. I can say to this board that she is remorseful for her actions. She is repentant. She is contrite. She has felt really bad about the inappropriate actions that were taken. And I've watched her when she was really in a bad place, okay, mentally. But it's exciting to see how far she has come. And through that whole thing, I can also say to you, as someone who actually ran a residential secondary, tertiary drug and alcohol treatment center, Dr. Pendleton never had a drug abuse problem. Because in that year and a half, of course, and I still deal with a lot of folks who got drug and alcohol related issues. You know, you can you can kind of con your way out of things for maybe a few weeks, a month, 6 months, or a year. But you can't deceive someone who knows all of these signs for a good year and a half, as often as I see her in terms of all of this. And so she never had a drug and alcohol problem. And so I think that that is one of the tremendous strengths for her. She has been very resilient in the midst of this whole thing, because of course, with her license being taken, then, I mean, that was her livelihood. And she has a daughter. She's a single parent. Um, and responsibilities, because she was kind of head of family too, not only her immediate family, but family, and supported a lot of things. And so just the ability to be able to survive over this period of time has been tremendous as well. And so I am tremendously proud of her and the actions that she has taken. Um, uh, in fact, the community health workers point that she actually talks, that's through New Horizon Ministries, Inc. We do some programs with the state of Mississippi. And so to have her jump in there and really be diligent, and the care and other things, in a sense, that she has shown for the community that we serve, which is a lot of single mothers with children, has been exemplary as well. And even though she's a tremendously educated person, she never flaunted that. There's never been any show of arrogance about things. She's just been willing to do what it took. Good peer, good team player with everybody, and so she's been a joy. And I certainly, as one, hope that this board will see fit to restore her license, because I think she will even more now do an exceptional job for this community. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
Could you spell your name?
Sure. Ronnie, R-O-N-N-I-E, Crudup, C-R-U-D-U-P.
Any questions, Mr. Walker?
There you go.
Any other witnesses? Board have any questions?
We had another witness we're gonna call.
Lorraine Gaddis.
Ms. Lorraine Gaddis.
Good morning, board, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on Monique's behalf. A couple of you have seen me in here in the same situation that she is in this morning, and walking back through these doors is a little nerve-wracking, but excuse me, y'all. I'm so honored to be able to be here for her. I met Monique. She called me out of the blue. She knew she needed a sponsor, and someone recommended me, and that was how we got started. And what she told me about what happened and how she ended up here, it was like all of us when we first get here. She was dumbfounded, she was devastated, and even angry. And I think you see a lot of us walk in here like that. I am going to say I'm relieved that that the core of what happened to her surfaced in here. I will say she told me the truth about that from the very beginning. She always admitted to me that that medication went to somebody who had, she'd been in a relationship with her, who threatened her, and that's how that went down. And for her, some of those feelings of uncertainty and what am I doing and why am I doing this are understandable, because I too believe that she is not a drug addict, not the way I am. I believe that I'm not a diagnostician of mental illnesses or substance abuse disorders, but I believe that she suffers from the disease of codependency, which can be just as life-altering and just as devastating because it forces those of us who suffer it, it's another one of my diseases, to reach out for love and to want to please to the extent that we do things that are totally to our own detriment and lose complete sight of who we are. And that is what I believe happened to her. As far as her compliance, she was required to go to AA meetings. To my knowledge, she attended all the AA meetings that she was required to do. I attended many of the same meetings as she did. And over time, I heard the way she talked in meetings change. I heard her become more humble. I heard her at the same time becoming more confident. The steps, the 12 steps that she's talked about became ingrained in her, even very deeply without her really even realizing it completely. And I think that although that hasn't come to light today, she does understand that you work the steps, and she did work them all, but that's ongoing, that will be ongoing for a lifetime. We worked on, even though she was attending AA meetings, you can get a lot out of AA, and I recommended some other literature that was about codependency and that was Al-Anon literature as well. And because she was required to be at the AA meetings, I worked the program with her from the perspective of somebody who was not only needing to understand the importance of abstinence from controlled substances, but also from an Al-Anon perspective and again, y'all already know, and so I'm not gonna, but she has not been inactive during this time. She has, all the things that she has talked about doing in the community, so I'm not gonna reiterate that. But she has not been inactive and passive in the 12-step work either. Besides working with me and besides just showing up for the meetings, she, from the very beginning, would do anything that was needed to be done, whether it was something as humble as picking up a coffee cup somebody else left behind. And eventually her shares became more vibrant and showed the depth of personal and spiritual growth. She was even asked to lead some meetings, some open meetings, and she always did that very willingly. And she was just willing to submit to whatever it took to get her back to doing the profession that she loves. And I didn't know her in that profession, but we've talked a lot of shop talk too. And I believe her to be highly educated and very competent in her role as a nurse practitioner. And so when I see her now, I see her as somebody who came from being a victim to somebody who will take responsibility for her disease and her actions. I see someone who worried and had so much anxiety, who now experiences a whole lot of a true sense of serenity. I see someone who believed in God her whole life, who now knows a God who can be with her under what seem like catastrophic circumstances, and yet see how important those circumstances were in order for her to grow to do and be who she needs to be, both in her personal life and in her professional life. And so it is my hope and belief that if given a chance to extend this growth into practicing as a nurse practitioner, she will do so with honesty and with integrity and with humility and great gratitude. And I pray that she is able to have that choice.
Any questions?
Just a few, Your Honor. Is Ms. Gaddis, is that correct?
That's correct, Dr. Gaddis.
You say you're an MP as well?
I am.
And did you say you'd been here before? Is that what I heard you say?
I've been here before, as the day I lost my license and the day it was restored. And I've also testified on the behalf of other people going through this.
So, and you were her sponsor, is that correct?
Correct.
So you lost your license. How long was it a year, I'm assuming?
Well, because of COVID, it turned out to be about 2.5 years. So,
And I think I heard you say you were an addict as well, or you were not as well. But,
yeah, right, yes.
so how long have you been sober?
7 years.
So you were out for 2 years and she's been out for a little over a year and a half, I believe, was her testimony. What did you have, what were your struggles when you went back to work?
I chose not to go back to being a nurse practitioner because I changed fields entirely. And so, as far as knowledge struggles, I will not be able to speak to that. I did maintain, as she has, over and above what was required to maintain my nursing license. I am now in a non-clinical role as a registered nurse working in organ recovery, which was a whole different field. But it was a steep learning curve, and getting back into practice as a nurse practitioner may be a steep learning curve. But with somebody with a bright mind and a determination to do it, if this is what you're asking, and stop me if I'm wrong, I believe that she can return to nurse practitioner practice.
It's just a steep learning curve, is it? Because you struggled as well, is that?
I didn't say I struggled. I said it was a steep learning curve, and I had to work really hard with CEUs and with, listening, reading, all the things that one needs to do to catch up and stay caught up. And any nurse practitioner who's in the field today not just has to do that when they're getting back into practice, but on an almost daily basis.
No further questions.
I do, Dr. Gaddis.
Hi.
Organ recovery.
Yeah.
What a wonderful, a little paradigm shift there from the.
Yeah.
Tell me, if you can speak just a little bit more into choosing not to go back into the nurse practitioner realm, so to speak, after receiving.
It was just a personal choice for me. I never thought that I could be as passionate about anything as I was about higher education, because that is where I was at the time. I wrecked that reputation in higher education, and that was where my true passion lay. And I did not see that there was going to be an opportunity to do that again. And so this opportunity came up. It was well paying. It was something totally different. And although I did not think it could happen, I have as deep a passion for tissue and organ recovery as I ever did being a nurse practitioner. Maybe not quite as deep as teaching others and being a faculty member, but satisfying enough that that is what I believe I want to do as close as I am to retirement. So it was not for any block in my ability to get that back, but in a personal decision that I made based on my age and what I'd been through.
How many other nurses besides Dr. Pendleton would you say that you have facilitated this type of path for?
Many. I have sponsored probably only 3 across these 7 years. This is not my first time to go through a recovery. I got sober for the first time in 2020 and stayed sober for a number of years. And so I had the opportunity to facilitate some women through that then. I have worked with, deeply with at least one anesthesiology, no, I've
CRNA.
yeah, CRNA, on a deep level with her through this same kind of process.
And it is your firm belief that Dr. Pendleton is where she needs to be to safely administer care to patients in the role as a nurse practitioner.
It is my firm belief that she is emotionally and physically and spiritually ready to re-enter practice. As you ask me that, because I have to stay honest in order for my program to work for me, I would like to see her do some kind of refresher course to catch her up. So maybe not walk in tomorrow, but I still think it can be done very quickly, within a matter of weeks. You know, my daughter's a nurse practitioner and she's on the coast this week getting
Getting her
updates,
CEs.
getting her
Yes,
CEs.
yes.
And so I have not seen her list, Monique's list of CEs. Based on the board's expertise with that, if it does appear that she could use some more at the level of practice that is going on in today's world, I think that could be of benefit. But it is my firm belief that she can very quickly catch up because of conversations we've had and knowing how steeped she was in practice and in taking care of both acute and chronic management of patients of all ages.
Thank you. I applaud your profound ripple effect. Any additional witnesses?
Mr. Alondra Gilbert.
Good morning. Thank you for having
Take
me.
your name again.
Arlandria Gilbert. ARLANDRIA. I'm here on Dr. Pendleton's behalf. I had the opportunity to work with her as a student. I came in as an intern. She taught me everything that I knew, basically. I'm a certified medical assistant. From day one, she took not only as she didn't act like the boss, she acted like she wanted me to learn. She acted, what are you comfortable with doing? What aren't you comfortable with doing? Like anything that I needed, she was there. Anything that the patient needs, she's there. We have patients, we serve a low income community. These patients have nothing. Some of them aren't even able to take baths. She allows patients to come into the clinic to bathe. She gives patients clothes. She feeds the patients. She gives patients money. She wears her heart on her sleeve. I watched her go through having the brain tumor, having another tumor on her knee while still serving her patients. From the hospital bed, she was serving patients. From the hospital bed, she was calling patients, reaching out to patients. During COVID, having a brain tumor, being a single mother, training students, all of this by herself, and she did it. And the situation that she went through, I tell her all the time that it needed to happen because this is a person who is the sweetest, most kindest person. And you have to watch out because people will try to take advantage of you. And that's exactly what happened. But now she has a village around her. Back then she didn't. She was serving the community. Now she has a community around her who loves her, and we support her. And we will support you until the end. So if you would, please grant her the opportunity to serve the community again because we need it. We really need it. We really, really need doctors like this. Thank you.
Walker, any questions?
Yeah.
Or panel, any questions? Thank you.
One more.
Sit down. Deborah Rhodes.
She calls Miss Deborah Rose.
Mhm. Good morning, nurses and members of the board. I'm also a registered nurse, and I just recently retired from Mississippi State Hospital. I don't look like I'm retired, but I am. I met Monique years ago, back in 98, 99, long time ago, and we worked in the nursing home. And Monique, I mean, as far as following policies and procedures, Monique was the one that kept me in line. And the integrity as a nurse, Monique is the one that kept me in line. So her bedside manners, her bedside care for the residents was outstanding. And I love working with her as a nurse, taking care of patients, providing care, you know, patient teaching. Monique was the one that did the teaching. And her ability to teach others, work with the patients is totally outstanding. And I've seen her doing her personal life. And like I said, sometimes people will take your kindness for weakness. And when you're on a journey, and she has been on a long journey, because I've watched her start out in nursing as an LPN and work her way up. She was the one that encouraged me to go back to school. I said, no, I can't do that. I'm just, you know, but anyway, she went on. She got her RN, her bachelor's, her master's, and her nurse practitioner. And she's always been there encouraging me and striving to go further. And working with her, taking care of residents at State Hospital is not an easy job. But Monique was always there, willing to help, willing to give patient care, willing to assist with different procedures. I was in a procedure one day where I had to reinsert a peg tube. I was kind of nervous about it, but Monique was standing behind me telling me, Deborah, you got this, you can do this, girl, go on. So I did the procedure with her assistance, with her help, with her encouraging me. And that means a lot when you have somebody behind you telling you and encouraging you to go ahead, you can do it, you can do this. And that's the type of person that Monique is. And I'm so proud of her that she did what she said she was gonna do. She said, I'm gonna be a nurse practitioner. Deborah, you should do this. No, but she did it. And I'm so proud of her. And I know her as a friend. I know her as a mother. I know her as a provider. And she's top tier. She don't cut no corners. And the situation that she got in where she had to be here before you beautiful ladies today, it's just, it's one in a million, because that's not her, that's not her character. Because I've worked with her, I've socialized with her, I went to church with her. And I mean, we all make mistakes. Who am I to say that that I'm so perfect, that I don't make mistakes? We all make mistakes. So what we do is we learn from our mistakes. And Monique has truly learned. She's been regretful. She's been heartbroken. She's really been just really torn up about this whole situation. And I'm just so proud that she asked me to come today to speak on her behalf, because I'm just so proud of her. And I want y'all to know that she deserves a second chance. We all deserve a second chance, but we learn from our mistakes, and we don't dwell on it, because I wouldn't want her to dwell on it and hold her back, because policies and procedures in the nursing field, y'all know as nurses, y'all know how hard it is dealing with patients, documenting and being on top of things, and it gets hectic. And we as nurses, we're passionate about what we do. And Monique is one of the most passionate person I've ever seen. And so this, you know, like I said, we all learn from our mistakes. There's accountability, and she's showed that she's understand the roles and policies of nursing. She learned from this incident. I've learned by being close to her and seeing her go through the different steps of coming before the board. Matter of fact, this is the first time I've ever been to the board. Coming before the board and letting you know that, hey, I'm willing to put my best foot forward and go forward from here and do a good job, follow policies and procedures, follows rules and regulations, provide proper patient care, provide proper documentation for my patients, write adequate prescriptions, and be there for my patients. And Monique has showed that. She has really shown that. And I just want to say that I truly feel that she deserved a second chance with her nurse practitioner. She earned it. She worked hard to get her license. And she don't want to lose her license because she benefits the community. She's there for the patients. And a lot of the patients in the area where she worked needs us. They need compassion. They need somebody that's going to take the time to monitor their diagnosis, monitor their care, monitor their medications. Our patients need that in the community. I've worked out there and I see how hard it is. And it's just really hard. It really is. It's really hard, and coming from a strong nursing background, I feel that Monique can go on from this experience. She can take this experience and use it to better her practice, better her patient care, better her documentation. It's just really an honor to sit here and let you all know that she's a very good nurse. She's a very good nurse. Her spiritual relationship with her bishop has been wonderful. I've been to their church and I've witnessed, her, doing care and doing in services and stuff, teaching different little techniques and stuff to the congregation. And that's what she needs to be. She needs to be in a teaching role. She needs to be providing care and being the good nurse practitioner that she is. And I would really appreciate if you all would give her a second chance. She deserves a second chance. She has a lot to offer. And I talk too much, but I appreciate y'all listening. Ma'am.
Board panel, any questions?
There you go, none for me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you please spell your name? For me?
Deborah Rhodes,
Spell it.
DEBORAH. RHODES.
That will be all of our witnesses. Sorry, my apologies. That conclude all of our witnesses. And at the proper time, I would like to make my, closing argument. If you want.
Do you have any witnesses or any testimony you'd like to provide?
No, Your Honor, I just have we had discussed her test history earlier with B10. And I spoke to Mr. Stewart about this earlier. What's in B10 contains more than what she submitted, so we're just gonna use B10.
Use B10.
Right, what I had submitted as an exhibit this morning, is more fully brought out in what was submitted earlier. Okay. Okay. Closing.
Closing.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I'm Attorney Peter Stewart, and I also am glad to be here today. I'm glad to be here today to speak in this closing argument behalf of Dr. Pendleton. It's because the truth has come out. And I know that this board is concerned about reinstating her license and allowing her to go back out and practice medicine. And is this safe? Is this a good decision? Is this the right one? And there were questions. And I am so glad here today that the truth came out. In the beginning of our relationship, attorney-client relationship, Ms. Pendleton and I, we had our, disagreements about what to present to the board in terms of the truth, which did come out today. And that, of course, is that abusive relationship. That was a topic of huge discussion. She was in an abusive relationship. This man was very abusive. He was addicted. And she definitely was suffering from what anyone would know as being a battered wife type of syndrome. When she did what he had her do. Okay. That's come out today. She's not a drug addict. I'm so glad Bishop presented that. She's not. That was another issue that she and I, we battled over that we came back around on, and so we're here today. Lawyer and client are here today. I also, reason why I had a problem with that originally was that I know she's not an addict, because I am. Okay. I'm a recovered addict as well. All right. 7 years. I'm a friend of Bill. And yes, I watched this woman go to meetings. I sat in meetings with her. And then I saw her chair a meeting. I said, she's serious about getting her license reinstated because she's not an addict. She doesn't know what it means to be an addict. All right. But then I realized it took me to learn that through her counseling that she was an addict. Now that we agreed on. And yes, I did tell her she had to quit dating anybody. That was a requirement I had. And then she went and started counseling with Bishop. And I'm so glad he backed me up on that suggestion. And others have backed me up on that suggestion that she's not even dating anyone during this time period, and she hasn't. Every good suggestion she's gotten from every professional, when she got in this trouble, she reached out and she followed their directions, everyone that gave it to her, okay? So we get it. The board has a reason to be concerned. Are we gonna let a drug addict prescribe medicine again? Okay, y'all don't have to worry about that. Scratch that. That's not your concern. That's not what's gonna happen. What you are gonna have the opportunity to do is to give South and West Jackson back their nurse practitioner. I'm born and raised from Jackson, Mississippi. Dr. Robert Smith is a close personal family friend. I'm aware of his age. That clinic over there, Winter Street, is an institution in Jackson. She very well would be the one to carry the torch for Dr. Robert Smith, a woman, a Black woman, full of leadership. She's very intelligent, and she can do that. When you look around Jackson, we all know there's a lacking of health practitioners. As you go in South and West Jackson by Jackson State University, 833 Lanier High School area, Central Jackson, yes, we need Dr. Pendleton. She has definitely learned from this experience. She's not here, she's not holding her head up arrogant. She's coming here humble and telling the truth. And I'm so glad for that. I'm so glad for that. She's fulfilled the requirements. She's done that. She's got the letters of support, the affidavits, the supporting documents, the drug screens. All the requirements are there. That last element of trust that you, the board, must make. I believe we have concluded that as well. You are not in danger of letting out a potential drug addict to prescribe medicine again. You are now have the better version of Ms. Pendleton, the one free from the addiction of a toxic relationship. Well, an abusive relationship, a very abusive relationship. So in that light, I asked, one, as an attorney, that the board review the documents, review what we submitted. We have copies. We have them. She chose these nice avocado emboldened folders that I found very interesting. All the information's in there. So on the legal part, the administrative part, we fulfilled that. Okay. We've come here today with our supporting witnesses. We're giving you all opportunity to cross-examine us. But then finally, again, I leave with this. The truth is that one thing that once given, it is what shall definitely set us free. Okay. So with that, I ask, with all humbleness and respect, if you would consider everything that's been said today, consider the testimony, consider the documentation, and consider the journey of growth she's taken. An abused woman, a very abused woman, a professional woman who suffered from the indignity of not wanting to disclose that she was abused. Okay, that's what hindered her. And she came here today and to disclose that that was her true addiction. Okay, she showed the willingness to overcome that, and we ask that you support her in that and give back to Jackson, our nurse practitioner. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I want to remind the panel that Miss Pendleton lost her license because of her actions that brought about a question of accountability and trust. Those were her actions. I think we can all agree life happens. This was apparently was due to an abusive relationship, but that's still, she's accountable for her actions, no matter the situation. The board's duty is to protect the public. So in considering protecting the public, the board really needs to bring into consideration that life does happen and how she's able to handle those situations. Today, she has the burden to prove that she is able to handle those situations. The burden is on her to prove why her license should be granted back. And in considering that, I again ask y'all to consider the situation as it's been stated today, why she lost her license, what she's done to get her license back, her compliance with all the requirements, the circumstances led to her losing those licenses, and most importantly, if the public's going to be protected if she has her license back. And that's up for y'all to decide. Thank you, John.
Before we close, do you mind if we ask one question to Ms. Pendleton regarding this? Do you have any objection to my asking a question to Ms. Pendleton?
No objection.
Ms. Pendleton, what if, you said you ended the abusive relationship with the individual,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was the individual who had the drug history.
Yes, ma'am.
What is his status? Where is he currently?
I don't know.
Have you had any dealings with him?
No, ma'am.
He's out of the picture.
Completely.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
If I may respond, I think I'm the one who made sure he disappeared.
All right, this will conclude the matter. The hearing in the cause number 2025024. This time I'll entertain a motion for the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. Ms. Johnson makes that motion. Maybe seconds it. Any discussion? All in favor? We are now in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 254174B for purposes of deliberation on the matter for issuance of an appealable order. Ms. Johnson makes that motion. I'll second. Ms. Moody seconds. we're back on the record. Board has exited executive session, and I am going to announce the board's decision after their deliberation in the matter, and it was unanimous. In the matter of license number R 873604, issued to Monique Pendleton, case number 2025-0243. The board has granted the motion for reinstatement of license with the following conditions. The license will be reinstated, and she will be allowed to obtain a restricted license upon some conditions. Conference with the compliance officer, releases, primary physician, support group, psychological evaluation to be completed within 180 days from the date of the order. You shall be submit to evaluation with a component of depression and mental judgment at a facility and evaluator approved by the board. Continuing education, you'll get a list of some continuing education. These are all preconditioned. Prescribing controlled substances safely, DEA requirements, drug diversion training, a review / refresher course for advanced practice. Again, that information will be from the compliance officer. They'll give you a list of that. Once that's been completed, then you will obtain a license that's going to be restricted for 60 months. There's going to be other terms and conditions that you'll have to comply with. That's including but not limited to single state license, employer reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision. You'll have prohibited areas of practice. Also continue in AA, NA meetings, abstain from any addictive substances, drug screens, demand drug screens, and also you'll be restricted from prescribing controlled substances and limited to legend drugs only for a period of 12 months, conditioned on compliance with all other requirements. Again, a detailed order, I know that's a lot to digest, but a detailed order will be forthcoming within 45 days from today. Hopefully they'll have that a little bit sooner, but that will be provided to you and your attorney. Any questions?
Days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I think we're going to break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene at what time? It's 11:35 now. Put that on the record. Good afternoon. Today is July the 15th, 2025. The time is 12:37 p.m. For President in office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Carolina Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket. In the matter of license number P 338396 issued to Claudia Bounds. Cause number 2024-0104. My name again is Pamela Ratliff. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding is limited, and I will rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties. I'll see to the orderly process of the proceedings to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with applicable rules and regulations. This is an administrative proceeding. The rules of evidence and civil procedure are not applicable. I will, however, use both as a guide when ruling on objections, but the board is not bound by those rules. The board is comprised of a hearing panel. At this time, I ask the hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate. And as the alternate, they will not participate in either the deliberations or decision by the board hearing panel in this matter.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Lacey Gentry, RN and alternate.
Harley Walker, LPN.
And I'm Jonathan Paget, an intern with the Attorney General's office, here to observe.
And Mr. Paget is, like he said, he's going to be an intern. He is not participating in this matter. He is merely a spectator. And so he will not be, he's not on the hearing panel. He will not be rendering any decisions or advising the board on any matter. The attorney representing the board, they introduce themselves.
Alexis Morris.
Okay. And the licensee, you're present. Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Claudia Bounds.
Ms. Bounds, if you'll pull the microphone a little bit closer to you. Thank you. The court reporter has taken down everything that is said. So if you would, be sure to speak plainly and clearly, and then articulate your answer fully. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I see you do not have anyone with you at the table. Are you represented by an attorney?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions since you don't have an attorney with you, just to make sure that you're understanding. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or evidence on support on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine witnesses that's offered by the board?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you had the right to have the board issue subpoenas to compel witnesses or documents if you needed those today. You understand that the outcome of the hearing today could adversely affect your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding all this, is you're willing to go forward with today's hearing without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify on your behalf today?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Will you be testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the board have any witnesses that's going to testify?
Yes, Investigator Tawanda Jones.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all witnesses at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B16 be admitted into the record at this time.
Ms. Bounds, have you reviewed those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any objection to those records being introduced?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any records or documents you want to introduce on your behalf?
I do not. No, ma'am.
I will mark B1 through B16 for the record and have those introduced as marked. Any other preliminary matters? All right, so Ms. Bounds, I don't know if you were here earlier this morning. This is going to be the order of this hearing is going to be a little bit different. This is a disciplinary hearing. And it's going to proceed as follows. Both sides will be allowed to give opening statements if they wish to. Opening statements are persuasive. They're not evidence. You can elect not to give an opening statement. An opening statement is simply a summary or synopsis of what you plan to prove or defend against. Again, don't put your case in chief on it, opening it because it's technically not evidence. After opening statements, we'll hear arguments from both sides. Since this is a disciplinary proceeding, the board will go first. They will present any testimony or witnesses, and you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses they offer. And then once they rest, you can put on your case in chief. You have a case in chief, and the board will then question any witnesses that you put on, including yourself. The hearing panel can question any witness if they want to. Once both sides have rested, then we'll allow for closing statements. The board will provide their closing statement. You will provide a closing statement if you wish to, again, persuasive, not required. And it should be a quick summary of what was offered. After that has concluded, the board will go into an executive session and they'll deliberate and render their ruling this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
If there's no further questions, I'll proceed with letting the board present their case first and provide opening statements.
Great. Good afternoon. We're here today because of some serious concerns regarding the respondent's conduct, who at all relevant times for these proceedings was employed as an LPN at Diversicare of Amory in Amory, Mississippi. On or about December 5th, 2023, she failed to initiate CPR on resident M despite a clearly documented physician's order directing that full resuscitation and life-sustaining manners be administered. Then, on or about January 17th, 2024, the respondent was again in an incident involving another resident, resident H, who was found on the floor of her room. At that time, respondent failed to report or document the fall in direct violation of the nursing protocols that had been established for that facility. Later that same day, a nurse practitioner assessed resident H, and observed a bump on the resident's head, her right forehead, an injury likely related to the unreported fall. Accordingly, the respondent is charged with violating 2 sections of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act, and pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1, this board has the power to take any disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Bounds as it deems fit and appropriate under these facts and circumstances, and we ask that the board do so today.
Ms. Bounds, would you like to provide an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, thank you for being here for let me speak on my behalf. I do not disagree with anything she said. I was not as discerning as I should have been during. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
The director in front of you.
I was not as discerning as I should have been with these incidents. I have a lot of remorse about these incidents. I did when they very first happened, and I have since they have happened. I hope today a lot of that will be resolved and I can get past it and go forward with what we decide.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Morris, I'll let you proceed.
Yes, I'd like to call Investigator Tawanda Jones. We've stated your name several times, so I won't ask you to restate that, but can you please tell me your current place of employment?
Place of employment is the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked in that for the board?
I've worked at the Board of Nursing for 7 years.
And what is your position for the board?
My position here at the board is an investigator.
Now, are you familiar with cause number 2024-0104?
I am.
Okay, if you would please turn with me to page 3 and identify that document for the record.
Page 3, Exhibit B2 is a licensure information.
Okay, and this licensure information is for the respondent?
Yes.
Okay, and will you please state that name for the record?
Claudia Christine Bounds.
And when was Ms. Bounds first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed in Mississippi, March 17th, 2021.
In what capacity?
As an LPN.
Okay. Next, if you would turn to page 16 and identify that document for the record.
Page 16 is the third notice of hearing.
Okay. Now, turn to page 17 and identify that document as well.
Page 17 is the complaint regarding Claudia Bound.
And will you please state the charges against the respondent, please?
Yes. Charge 1 is a respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care.
Now, are there supporting facts to go along with the charges?
Yes.
Will you summarize those facts, please?
On December 5th, 2023, and while employed as an LPN for Diversicare of Amory and Amory, Mississippi, the respondent failed to initiate CPR on resident M, even though the physician's order for resident M instructed that resuscitation and full sustaining treatment should be attempted. On the progress discipline form, the respondent wrote, "I assume she was a DNO." On or about January 17th, 2024, the respondent assisted with resident H after the resident was discovered on the floor of her room. The respondent did not document the fall of the resident had occurred, nor did she report the fall. Later that day, an NP performed an assessment of resident H and found a bump on the resident's right forehead.
Thank you. Now, please turn to page 21 and identify that document.
Page 21, Exhibit B6 is Mississippi Physician Order for Sustaining Treatment.
Okay. Does it state for which resident?
Yes, resident M.
Okay. What, if anything, do you notice about this document?
This document is dated on December 4th, 2023. And under Section A, it indicates that attempt resuscitation, CPR.
Okay. Will you also read the Section A by CPR? Would you read that little area at the top for me, please?
Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, patient has no pulse and is not breathing, and it's checked attempt CPR, resuscitation.
What about Section B? What is the header in Section B?
Medical interventions, and under that Section A, the first block is checked, which is full sustaining treatment.
Okay. Section C?
Section C is antibiotic is what it looks like.
Okay. And will you read what box is checked for the record, please?
The box is checked is box number 1, where it says use antibiotics if life can be sustained.
Okay, and Section D?
Section D is medically administered fluids and nutrients, administer oral fluids and nutrients if physically possible. And under that, the first block is checked where it is total perennial nutrients, long-term if indicated.
And I won't ask you to read all of Section D, but Section E, will you read that section for me as well? Just the top portion where you read in the previous sections.
Okay, Section E is patient preferences as, I can't make out that word, for the post form, which is this form I'm reading from.
Got it. Now, please turn to page 22. I think it's on the back, yes. And was this document signed?
It was.
Okay, and will you give the date of that as well?
The first signature on this document in F is the signature of the patient or the representative, and it is dated December 4th, 2023. And on the line below, signature of primary physician is signed and dated 12/6/2023.
Thank you. Now please turn to page 23 and identify that document for the record.
Page 23, B7 is a progress note for resident M.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this progress note?
The progress note is dated. The admission date is on here, the effective date, and the signature of the respondent.
Will you please read that note into the record, please?
Okay, aide notified nurse that resident did not look well around 12:45 PM. Nurse went and tried to take resident's pulse/heart rate. Nurse could not find any palpable. Nurse went and found RN K Renfro to help confirm. Nurse C Bounds and K Renfro both confirmed that resident had passed away at 2300 PM. Coroner Allen Gurley called, family called and notified. Funeral home also notified. Funeral home arrived around 0120 hours. Family arrived 15 minutes later requesting to see her and nursing home obliged. Funeral home waited for another hour before leaving with resident's body, and it is signed by the respondent.
Okay. Now please turn to 24, which I believe is marked as Exhibit B8, and identify that document.
Page 24, B8 is the death certificate for resident M.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you notice about this, this certificate of death? What is the hour of death?
The hour of death is 10:00 PM.
Okay. Now, if you would flip back to page 23, in the notes that is authored by Ms. Bounds state that the time of death was actually 2300 PM, correct?
It says at 22:45.
Okay, and I believe in that paragraph, it says 23.
Then on down, it says passed away at 2300 PM.
Okay, and what is the date, back on page 24, what is the date of death for resident M?
The date of death on page 24 is 12/5/2023.
So there are two conflicting times regarding the time of death for resident M, correct?
Yes.
And what is the facility name listed on the certificate?
The VersaCare of Amory.
Okay. And what is the cause of death that's listed?
Cause of death under A is cardiopulmonary arrest due to as a and then under the I can't read, it's blurred, but
Okay.
under it, it says several vascular disease.
Now, if you would, please turn to page 25 and identify that document for the record.
Page 25 is a progressive discipline form.
Okay, and whose name is listed on that form?
The respondent's name is listed on this form.
And will you please summarize this form for the board?
Yes, the form is dated 12/6/2023. The category for the violation is a category 2, which says any other action or failure action of less serious nature, not specifically listed. And it is marked as a first warning on 12/6/23. And the summary of the incident on 12/5/23, it says nurse failed to follow physician's order regarding patient's code status, and it is signed. At the bottom where it says team member comment, it says, I assume she was a DNR.
Okay, thank you. Now, please turn to page 26, what has been marked as B10, and identify that document for the record.
Okay, B10 is an investigative report dated 1/18/24.
Okay, and would you please summarize this report for the board?
Yes, this report is an incident regarding an incident that occurred on 1/16/2024. And the resident is resident H.
And please read the description of the allegation on that page. I believe it's listed at the bottom.
Okay. Description of the allegation. Resident was noted with a bump on her head. Staff initially unaware of what happened. Resident said she had fallen the previous evening, but due to a low BIM, an investigation was initiated.
Now, on page 27, it's in that same report. Will you please summarize the description of the assessment and injury section? I think it's at the top.
Okay, so it says body audit and neuro assessment completed by nurse and NP. Bump noted to right forehead. No injuries suspected at time of NP assessment on 1/17. Then it goes over to the next block and it says transferred to the hospital on 118. No acute injuries were identified.
Okay. Will you please skip down and read the investigative summary?
Yes, investigative summary is based on the findings of the investigation. It was determined that that neither abuse or neglect could not be substantiated. Repeatedly stated that she fell while ambulating to the bathroom. Upon identification of the rise area on her head, the facility acted quickly and accordingly with the notification to the HCP to implement plan of action treatment.
Now, are there any actions or anything listed that the agency did in response, additional response to the residents' fall?
Yes.
Okay, will you read those, please?
The facility reported the incident to the AG's office. MSDH was notified. Education provided on abuse and neglect of an elder, and IDT review of the fall. And a residence care plan was reviewed and updated.
Got it. Now, will you flip to page 28? And I believe we're still in the investigative template.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, do you notice about this document?
On this document, there are notes from interviews with 2 witnesses and then a statement or regarding the interview with the respondent.
Okay, will you please read the statement given by the respondent for the record, the summary?
Yes, it says at 10:50 p.m., L. Smith, CNA, stated to me that the resident has slid out of bed. I then went with L. Smith, CNA, and S. Smith, CNA, to the resident's room. She was sitting upright next to her bed between the bed and the air conditioner. I assessed the patient and did not notice any injuries. I got a partial set of vitals. I did remain in the room while the CNA assisted off the resident off of the floor. The resident denied any pain at this time. I checked on the resident approximately 45 minutes after, and she was sleeping at approximately 6:15 a.m. I entered the resident's room to administer medication. I did not turn the light on. I used the light from the hallway to see in her room. I assumed when L. Smith, CNA, stated that the resident slid out of bed, that she was in the room at the time of the incident is why I did not start a set of neuro checks.
Okay, and is that's signed, or does it list the person that's interviewed?
Yes, the person that was interviewed, and this statement was taken by the responder.
Now turn with me to page 31, which has been marked as B11, and identify that document.
B11, page 31 is a progressive discipline form for the respondent, and it is dated on 1/24/2024.
Okay, will you please summarize this document for the board?
Yes, under category violation, it's checked as a category 1, gross negligence in the performance of job.
Okay. Now, please read the summary of the incident section.
Okay. Says, as a member of DiversaCare of Amory team, we are expected to uphold the mission and service standards of diversity, as well as be responsible for exhibiting excellent performance while performing established company guidelines and procedure to ensure appropriate care for our residents and patients. Rita?
Yes.
Okay, on 1/17/2024, an investigation was initiated with the nurse on alleged fall. Staff interviews conducted. Nurse initially denied any knowledge of the fall, however, did confirm later that staff reported the resident was on the floor. Based on nurse's statement, she failed to follow facility policies concerning a fall. Confirmation has been received that the nurse was trained on fall policy. Based on the information above, the decision has been made to terminate the employee effective today, January 24th, 2024. And it is signed by the respondent and her supervisor.
Okay. And also, going back to this block section, you've already identified for the record that that first warning was issued 12/6/23, correct?
Yes,
There was a second warning issue, correct? Is
Yes.
that dated?
yes.
Okay, what's
That-
the date for that?
That date is January 2024. And then there was an administrative leave on 1/17/24, and it resulted in termination on 1/24/2024.
Turn with me now to page 33. And identify this document.
Page 33, B13 is Diversicare Management Service Position Description.
Okay, will you read numbers 1 and 2 under key responsibilities for the facility, please?
Under the job description.
Under key responsibilities, yes. Under position descriptions, it's at the bottom of the page.
Okay, number 1 is responsible for daily nursing operations of a specific unit/wing. Number 2 performs nursing techniques for the comfort and well-being of the residents, check each resident daily to determine status, ensures residents reach highest attainable level of functioning.
Okay, so based on your review of the record and all of the information that you reviewed for the investigation, did the respondent follow Diversicare's policy going back to the first incident with resident M?
No.
Now, based on your review of the record, does it substantiate the additional charges against her regarding resident, the fall with resident H as well?
Yes, it substantiates.
If you would please turn with me now to page 37. Will you identify that document for the record, please?
Page 37, B15 is the respondent statement to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to review this statement?
I have.
Okay, will you read that statement into the record, please?
I will. It says, one of my CNAs alerted me that the resident did not look good. Upon entering, I could not find a pulse or see any respirations. I then went and alerted my supervising RN. When then went to confirm the status of the resident, she said that she was already gone and asked her code status. When I went to go check her code status, my supervising RN came back and said there was nothing we could do now because she was already gone, and we proceeded to finish the death paperwork and call the family.
So you've read two statements from the respondent regarding the DNR on resident M, correct?
Yes.
In those statements, did the respondent ever say at any time that anybody had initiated any CPR or life-sustaining methods on resident M?
No, there was no indication in the file at all.
I turn to the witness at this time.
And you have the right to cross-examine and question the witness. Do you have any questions for the board's investigator?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Does the board have any questions?
Yep. The board have any questions for the investigator?
At this time, we rest.
Ma'am, it's your time now to put on any testimony that you would like to put on or anything, any testimony in defense of these charges.
Yes, ma'am. As I said previously, I am very sorry for my judgment call and how I made of both of those situations. I was not 100% sure what I needed to do in what I needed to do. Okay. To do in the situation of my resident with the CPR. All I knew was to do the chain of command, to go up the chain of command. That's why I went to find my RN supervisor, and she had already told me that she had passed. That's why I did not perform any CPR on her. When I went to go check her code status, she said that she was already gone. So that's why I did not perform CPR on her. As for my other resident, that was a serious misjudgment call for my part. I take full blame for that. she had not had any contusions, abrasions, nothing like that, nothing indicating that she had fallen. I thought a CNA was in the room with her at the time. I thought it was be considered a witness fall. So I did not start neuro checks on her.
Have anything further?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the board's attorney will question you.
How are you today?
Thank you.
Will you please state, your current place of employment for the record?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Fusion Medical Staffing. It's a travel agency. I'm not working right now. I took a break.
And will you please give the board a little bit of your educational background? Where did you attend nursing school? What years, things like that?
Yes, ma'am. I started nursing school in January of 2020, and I graduated December of 2020 from Itawamba Community College, Tupelo campus, not Fulton. I took my NCLEX a few months after that. I did not pass it the first time, so I took it again, passed it the second time. And I have been at nursing homes since. I did work in mental health for a couple of months, but I have been in nursing home since.
I'd like to shift to your employment at Diversicare.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you employed there and in what capacity?
About 6 months.
And you would give me some of your duties and responsibilities while you worked there.
I was in charge of the night med pass. I was a night shift nurse, so I did the night med pass. Documenting, we also did body audits. We also did, I'm sorry, I can't think of the name, what specifically what they call it. They were kind of like body audits, but more of audits of full head to toe physical assessments. I was on the rehab halls and my patients were constantly changing. I had some long-term patients on the hall, but the majority of them were rehab patients. So they were there for anywhere from 2 weeks to a few months, depending on insurance and that kind of thing. So they change it. So they change constantly.
Let's turn your attention to your care of resident M. During at least December 4th and 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on page 21, which is the physician orders for sustaining treatment, you have seen this document prior to today, correct?
This is the first time I saw it today when I walked in. Yes, ma'am.
But you were aware that resident M had, well, actually, you said that you were under the assumption that resident M did not have this document, correct? In your statement that you gave.
Of her DNR?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I was still kind of new to Diversicare, so I was learning their system.
Okay. Why not check to see whether she had one prior to?
Prior to her being there?
Yes.
She was not in any kind of distress, which again was my part. That should have been one of the first things I checked, and I did not.
On page 23, I think this already has been identified as your progress, as resident M's progress note B7. There's a discrepancy between the time of death in your report and the time of death that's listed on resident M's certificate of death. Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. There's a 15-minute window from the time in your report. It says that that the nurse notified you that the resident didn't look good around 10:45 in your report, and that the nurse said they couldn't find anything. However, you stated that the resident passed away at 2300, which would be 11 p.m., correct? According to your document, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that 15-minute window, what were you all doing? And why didn't you initiate resuscitative measures on resident M?
My supervising RN had already told me she would pass. So in that 15 minutes, I was trying to figure out what I needed to do next, what the next steps were, if I needed to call the family.
But you never verified the assumption that she was DNR, correct? So in that 15 minutes, you just walked back and forth to notify her family?
No, ma'am. Her family was not here at the time.
What did you do in that 15 minutes?
I was trying to figure out if she was a DNR or not. Again, I was new to the system, so I wasn't 100% sure how to figure that out.
What is your company's policy regarding checking for resuscitative measures, physician's orders? What is the policy for the company?
I'm not sure.
Now, you actually wrote that you thought that resident M, I just want for the record, was DNR, but you never verified that assumption with the aide, the nurse, because there's 15 minutes that are unaccounted for in the documentation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check residents' pulse at the time? Or you relied heavily on what the aide informed you?
I went and checked her pulse initially, but I did not check it after I got my RN supervisor.
Now, you would agree that the record reflects that you didn't attempt to resuscitate or even check to determine that resident M had orders even up until after 2300. What did you do next? So after resident was pronounced dead, what did you do next?
I asked my RN supervisor what I needed to do next.
Okay, and did they inform you of that? Okay, what next steps did you take?
I proceeded my death paperwork.
Now, you're aware that by failing to check to see whether or not the patient was DNR, that conduct fails to meet the generally accepted standards of the nursing profession, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now turn with me to page 26. And that is the investigative document regarding resident H. Now, according to your summary, a CNA told you that resident H slid out of bed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that she was seated between the bed and the air conditioner.
Yes, ma'am.
But in a previous statement, you stated that you found the resident on the floor. So do you remember where the resident was located prior to you gaining access to her room?
She was sitting on the floor between the bed and the air conditioner.
But you didn't document that she had even, that she was seated on the floor, correct?
No, ma'am, I don't believe I did.
But you observed her on the ground and assisted lifting her off the floor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went back into the room to administer medications, you also stated that you failed to turn the light on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you couldn't have possibly have known whether or not the resident had any contusions or abrasions at that time, correct?
No, ma'am, not at that time.
So that means that you failed to follow the facility's policies concerning the resident's fall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that behavior falls below the standard of nursing practice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were terminated as a result of this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and you're aware that this record indicates that you negligently and willfully practice nursing in a manner that fails to meet the accepted standards with both resident M and resident H, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you acknowledge that today.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to lay it out. You admit, in fact, that you are guilty of the charges as outlined in your notice of hearing and complaint, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I tender the witness.
Does the hearing panel have any questions for the witness?
I just have a question, just for clarification. So you started at Diversity Care in August of 2023, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when the first incident occurred December 2023, you had been there approximately 4 months.
Yes, ma'am.
I know in your testimony, you said that you were not sure how to figure out how to go about. Did you say that you weren't sure how to go about checking this, the DNR status or the code?
Yes, ma'am. It was a system I had never used before, and my training lasted about 5 minutes. And it was how to put orders in.
At any point, did you ever communicate to a supervisor or to anyone that you had concerns or you weren't confident in your ability to check a code status?
I had previously called them on a call very late that night and told them I wasn't sure how to go about doing my documentation, and they kind of walked me through it, kind of told me what to do. But that was the first time I had documented a fall at that facility, period.
Okay, but the code status though? I mean, were you confident in your ability to check a code status prior to accepting a patient?
No, ma'am, I was not sure where to find it to begin with.
So during like a shift change, or change in shifts, that isn't something that was communicated to you?
No, ma'am. I had a rehab hall, so patients were in and out all the time. There was no wristband. I've worked at some facilities where there was a wristband on them. There's no wristband telling what they were. There's nothing on the wall or outside their room just detailing or explaining what they were. So I had no idea what she was when she first got to me. I did not have her very long before she passed.
Okay. Patient that fell, when you saw the patient, was the patient sitting in the floor?
Yes, ma'am. She was sitting up on her bottom.
Did you ask her if she fell?
Yes, ma'am. She said I slid out of bed. She said I slid out of bed.
And back to the one that didn't have
Yes, ma'am.
went to your charge nurse.
So we immediately, she said, let me come help you. And so she stopped. She was right in the middle of her med pass. So it did take me a minute to find her. So we walked back to the room, and she went in there, and I went to see if she was a DNR, try to find it on her paperwork in the computer. And she walked out and told me that there was no need because she had already passed.
But just clarify for me again, when you started with Amory, there was no orientation of a week or 2 weeks or how to use the computer system or anything? You just
I had about 5 minutes on their computer system.
shift.
And then the very next day, I was with an orientee. I think I was with an orientee for 2 nights. And they told me like need to know basis type things of this is how you check off your meds. And then the rest of that night was spent just telling me this is what we document and this is how we do it. And that's all I needed to do. It was strictly just a need to know type thing. It wasn't if this happens or if this happens.
So there's no like nurses report given between shifts as to patient age, how they're doing. They've been woozy, they've had headaches, they felt fall on the day.
Yes, ma'am. We gave report.
Your report, there's nobody who said this patient's a DNR or this patient's not a DNR.
No, ma'am. It's
Posted anywhere, you have to go on the computer and look for it.
yes, ma'am. That's never been anywhere I've worked. They've never told me if they were a DNR or not.
And when you find someone unconscious or not breathing, is it protocol that you go find your supervisor before you initiate anything?
I assumed it was to find my supervisor. I didn't want to initiate CPR and then not be a DNR or be a DNR. I was just trying to think of what to do next. And my first thought was go up the chain of command and ask my supervisor where I needed to go from there.
Well, you was there 4 months, right?
Yes, ma'am, about 5 months.
Where did you work
Ma'am,
at?
I was at the Meadows in Fulton, Mississippi. Yes, ma'am.
How long did you work there?
I worked there about 3 years. Yes, ma'am.
Got hired on there. Tell me what happened.
What happened at the Meadows?
Like their policy versus. You get trained?
Yes, ma'am. I did get training on their policies. Honestly, I can't remember a lot of their policies because I've been travel nursing for almost a year, so I've been at a bunch of different places, but, um, one thing I distinctly remember about the Meadows was them introducing me to my supervising RN, and then we have a supervisor RN over each wing of the floor, and they told me if you ever need anything, to go up the chain of command. So my mindset was still to go up the chain of command of what I needed to do next. I wasn't 100% sure what I needed to do.
So you did. Place for your specialists. You didn't have no policy.
Yes, ma'am. I knew I needed to do something, but again, I went to my supervisor RN because I wasn't sure what I needed to do or where to go from there. I have never been in this situation before.
Have you ever had to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. I've helped, but it was not my patient. We were called for a code blue one time at the Meadows, and they called it overhead, and the nurse beside me said, when we hear that, we have to go. So we went and then practiced turns doing CPR.
When you call your supervisor, is that a supervisor that's actually on the floor with you or just somewhere in the building?
She was somewhere in the building. She was not on my wing. I'm the only nurse on my wing.
The phone and page above her head or?
No, ma'am, I went directly to her. I went directly to her med pass, her med cart.
But she was on a different floor.
Yes, ma'am.
You left your patient's room and went on a totally different floor to talk to your supervisor.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Any further questions?
I would have a follow-up question.
Your follow-up?
Yes. If you would turn with me to page 36, it's been marked as B14. This is already in the record. And it is the cardiopulmonary resuscitation policy for Diversicare. Have you seen this document?
I have not, no, ma'am.
Where the Diversicare adopted this policy regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation in December of 2022.
No, ma'am.
There is a policy and procedure listed on this document regarding CPR for cardiac residents. Do you see it listed below?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And so I believe that you should have received this documentation because it also came with your job description as a licensed practical nurse for Diversicare. You would agree with me that you likely would have received this documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
And listed under procedures, it says CPR will be initiated when cardiac arrest occurs for residents who have, and then the first bullet point says requested CPR and their advanced directives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who do not have, and I'm skipping around, but who do not have a valid DNR order signed by a physician, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have testified that you went to go get your supervisor, but the policy was that the CPR certified team members were available at all times, according to this policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am. When you say a certified team member, as in they had a CPR team?
I have no idea. I'm just reading the policy that you were likely given when you started at Diversicare that you previously testified to. But it's safe to say you did not follow any of these procedures listed in their cardiopulmonary resuscitation policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions that I have.
Any follow-up questions? Beth, do you have anything else after the question that you would like to add?
No, ma'am. Just once again, I'm very sorry for the mistakes I have made. It's some very poor decisions.
All right, we'll proceed with closing statements at this time. Ms. Morris.
Just very briefly, Ms. Bounds has admitted and testified that she's guilty of the charges as outlined in her complaint. We believe that we presented clear and convincing evidence that the respondent negligently and willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet generally accepted standards of nursing, and that respondent negligently and willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under her care. Accordingly, she is guilty, and we ask that this panel to take whatever disciplinary action it deems necessary and proper under these set of circumstances.
Ms. Bounds, you can provide a closing statement if you wish for the board.
No, ma'am.
Having foregone the closing statement, this will conclude this matter. At this time, this will conclude the hearing in cause number 2024-0104 in the matter of Pearlia Bounds.
I apologize. Before the board enters into a closed session, I would ask that we also read the ASPs into the record so that they may also review those as well during executive session.
And Ms. Bounds, look, this is just a different matter. The board will go into a closed session where they'll go back and deliberate. There's gonna be some other documents that's not pertaining to your matter. It's gonna be some proposed orders that they would like the board, while they're in executive session, to go ahead and consider those at the same time. So that's what she's gonna read into right now.
General counsel will read those.
John, would you rather me just read the license number or what would be easier for you?
Let me pull my little sheet here so we can see. The license number will be fine.
We have an ASB to be presented for licensee R-873891. An ASP for license number R-887026. An ASP for an RN endorsement applicant. That's case number 20250502. An ASP for R-877172. ASP for P-33000223. An ASP for licensee R-886208. An ASP for license number R-863842. An ASP for license number, I'm sorry, a voluntary surrender for license number P-334321. And a voluntary surrender for P-334838.
That's all the ASP?
Yes.
That's all.
Okay, at this time, we will entertain a motion for the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session for deliberations in the matter of Ms. Bounds. It's going to be 2024-0104, and the ASP is just read into the record. Second. All in favor? At this time, we are in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 254174B to deliberate in the matter of Ms. Bounds and the ASP is just read into the record. Norris makes the motion. Who seconds? I'll second. Ms. Moody seconds. We're back on the record. It is 2:03 p.m. The board has deliberated and I will announce their ruling. They were unanimous. The board is now licensee is found guilty of all counts. The order will be for issuance of a restricted license for a minimum of 6 months. That within the 6-month period, you will get a formal reprimand on your license, a fine of $500 to be paid within 60 calendar days. You must hold a single state license. Completion of the restrictions within 6 months of the order, but you must complete it within 12 months of compliance. Conference with compliance officer. Notification of present and future employer of the order, quarterly reports, employer reports, workshop, and legal aspects of nursing to be completed within 90 calendar days from the date of the order. You'll also have an order for an education reorientation to nursing offered through Hines Community College. That will be at your expense. You'll need to complete that. You'll also need to have indirect supervision, other little orders, maximum hours allowed to work. All this will be reduced into an order for you. It'll be written within 45 days from today. I'll have it out hopefully earlier from that. But you'll need to meet, if you can meet with the compliance officer today, that'll be helpful for you. But we'll have the order out for you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. That completes this matter. Ready? All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Today's date is July the 15th, 2025, and the time is 2:06 p.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket, and that's going to be in the matter of license number P 325077, issued to Shamika Johnson. Case number 2023-0611. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding is limited, and I will rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with applicable rules and law. This is an administrative proceeding. It's not a court of law. So if you've watched Law and Order, it's not going to look the same. I'm not bound, the board is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure, but I might use both to rely on if I'm ruling on any objections to any evidence or testimony. At this time, I'll ask the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate. And as the alternate, that member will not be participating in any deliberations or the decision of the hearing panel.
Nancy Johnson. Janelle Moody, I'll be serving as an alternate. Lacey Gentry, RN. Carly Walker, LPN.
I'll ask the attorney representing the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Alexis Morris.
And is the licensee present?
Yes,
Would you state your full name?
Shamika Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, I see you're here by yourself. Do you have an attorney? Okay, and what I'm going to do is ask you some questions since you do not have an attorney, just to put this on the record and make sure it's clear, okay? You understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you today.
Yes,
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
yes,
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or evidence on your behalf.
yes,
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses.
yes, yes,
Understand you had the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to come forward today to testify on your behalf or to produce documentations on your behalf.
yes,
Understand that the outcome of this hearing today could adversely affect your nursing license.
yes,
Notwithstanding all of this, is your desire to go forward today in the hearing without an attorney?
yes.
Do you have any witnesses that's going to be testifying today?
No, ma'am.
You plan to be testifying on your own behalf? Then?
Yes, ma'am.
And I see you have Ms. Jones at your table?
Yes, I have two witnesses.
Okay. Who will be your witnesses?
Investigator Tawanda Jones and Dr. Priscilla Burks.
Okay. If we could have the court reporter swear in all witnesses who will be providing testimony today.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yeah, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B21 be entered into the record under seal. They do contain patient information of a minor.
Ms. Johnson, have you reviewed the records B1 through B21?
no, ma'am.
You have, it looks like you have them in front of you.
I do.
If you would look through those and see if you have any objection to those being offered today as evidenced by the board.
You say 19?
I went to 21, that entire stack.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
These the ones I typed up. These are my notes.
Yes, ma'am. It looks like a lot of those are your notes and patient records.
Right, yes, ma'am.
So in looking through all the documentation, this is what the board has proposed to introduce as evidence in this case. Do you have any objection to any of those documents?
No.
Okay. So I will have those admitted as B1 through B21 under seal, marked for evidence. Ms. Johnson, do you have any documents or any evidence you wish to present today?
No, ma'am.
Any other preliminary matters? No. The disciplinary hearing in this matter will go forward, will proceed as follows. Both parties may provide opening statements. Opening and closing statements are persuasive. They're not evidence. They're voluntary. You don't have to provide those. If you provide an opening statement, it's simply going to be a summary to kind of give the board some insight into what you plan to introduce or charge and what you plan to your defense. It should not be the basis of your case because it's not evidence. After that, opening statements are concluded. The board will present their case in chief. And they will put on witnesses, and you may cross-examine those witnesses. Once the board rests during their case in chief, you can put on any case that you have and any evidence or witnesses you wish to testify. The board attorney will then cross-examine any witnesses, including yourself, and the board hearing panel may question any witnesses who testify.
Okay.
Once both sides have rested, then you may provide closing statements. Again, those are voluntary. They're not required. And after that, the board will deliberate.
Okay.
All right, any questions? All right, we will proceed then. Ms. Morris, if you'd like to make an opening statement.
Yes, just briefly. Good afternoon, everyone. This case involves clear and serious violations of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act, specifically the respondent's ongoing failure to maintain adequate and accurate medical records for patient TO. The evidence we will show is that over a time period between 2020 to 2022, respondent failed to document critical aspects of patient care, including but not limited to patient history, treatment plans, prescriptions, and any follow-up plans or notes. We believe that these omissions reflect a pattern of negligence, and jeopardizes the patient's safety and continuity of care. We will present clear and convincing evidence, which will demonstrate that respondents' records were incomplete, inconsistent, and at times mere clones of each other. As a result, the respondent has been charged with violating 3 sections of the Nursing Practice Act, and pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take any disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Johnson as it deems fit and appropriate under the facts and circumstances as we present them. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, you can put on an opening statement if you wish to.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I'm a 17-year-old cancer patient survivor. At that moment, that's when I knew I wanted to be a nurse. I wouldn't jeopardize myself or my patients. And I really care about people, and I wouldn't put myself in that position, but here we are. That's it. One more thing. I also have lupus, so I go to work limping. That's how much I enjoy my career. And I'm so sorry, I'm nervous. I've never been to court before.
Yes, ma'am. That's understandable.
That's it. That's it.
Ms. Morris, you may proceed.
I'd like to call my first witness, investigator Tawanda Jones. Okay. Ms. Jones, please tell the board where you're currently employed.
Place of employment is Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been with the board?
I've been employed with the Board of Nursing for 7 years
And in what capacity?
as an investigator.
So you are familiar with the investigative processes of this board?
I am.
And then are you familiar with the case number 2023-0611?
I am.
Okay. If you would please turn to page 3, which I believe is marked as B2, and identify that document for the record.
Yes, Exhibit B2 is a licensure document for the respondent.
Okay. And when was the respondent first licensed?
She was first licensed March 9th, 2010,
Okay. And in what capacity?
as an LPN.
Okay. Now, would you please turn to page 7? What has been marked as B5, and identify that document for the record.
Exhibit B5, page 7 is a notice of hearing.
Okay. And please turn to B8 and identify that document.
B8 is the complaint for the respondent.
Will you please read the charges against the respondent outlined in the complaint?
Yes. Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on record. Charge 3, the respondent engages in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient's record in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820R 1.2E4.
Okay. And are there facts listed to substantiate the charges in that complaint?
Yes.
Will you please summarize or read the facts into the record?
Yes, the facts are that the respondent is the owner of Infinity Healthcare LLC, a private duty nursing company. The respondent submitted payment to Medicaid for several clone nursing notes. Some of the dates of the clone notes included March, April, May, July, September, October, and December of 2021.
Thank you. Would you please turn to page 12 and identify that document?
B6, page 12 is nursing notes for the patient.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Patient for the record again.
T.O.
Okay. And what's the date on that?
The date of this nursing note is March 1st, 2022.
Okay. Will you please read the nursing note, starting with the time the respondent arrived at the home?
Okay.
Just kind of summarize it briefly if you can. You don't have to read every single notation, but just enough to get a general overview of the visit.
Okay, at 1900 hours, she arrived at patient home. Patient was alert and awake. An assessment was complete. Medication was administered. Patient, and it tells about the patient tolerating that procedure. Then it goes down to 2000. Patient placed in tub, sat on couch, secured by pillows. She fed the patient a snack. And then 2100 is transferred to the bed. BiPAP placed on patient, read a book. 2200, patient was changed. Patient was resting with the eyes closed. 2300, patient continues to rest with the eyes closed, no signs, symptoms of distress. 2400, patient, turn patient to prevent breakdown. Patient continues to rest. At 0100, patient continues to rest, no signs and symptoms of distress. At 0200, the patient was turned. 0300, patient was able to fall back asleep, no signs and symptoms of distress. 0400, patient BiPAP continues, patient continues to rest. 0500, the patient is in bed, eyes closed. At 0600, the woke patient up to feed the patient, take care of the daily living activities, set patient up to feed him breakfast. And at 0700, administered medication, tolerated well, and left in the care of the grandmother.
Was this document signed?
Yes, it was signed.
Okay, and signed by who?
The respondent.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the respondent's signature on this note?
I know that this is a respondent's signature because she provided a statement to the Board of Nursing, and that is the same signature that is on the statement that was provided.
Will you please turn to page 13 and identify that document for the record as well?
Page 13 is nursing notes dated March 3rd, 2022 for the same patient, TO, and it starts at 1900 hours and ends at 0700.
Okay, now comparing the notes to that note on page 12, what, if anything, do you notice about these two documents?
Well, what comes to mind is that these notes are very similar as far as the activities for the day.
Okay. Will you elaborate further on that?
If you look at 2100 is pretty much the same note on 3-3 as 3-1. And if you look down at 02, the note appears to be the same note at the same time on different days.
Okay. Now, I am going to ask you to kind of jump through the record here for just a moment because there's a lot of records. If you would please turn to page 237. Okay. Now, I'm going to also ask you to go back to page 12. I need you to compare both of those notes and tell me what, if anything, you notice about these two notes. Starting with on page 237, what is the date on that note?
Okay, at page 237, the date on this note is October 17th, 2020.
Okay, and the date on page 12's note is listed as what?
The date on page 12 is listed as March 1st, 2022.
Okay, so what, if anything, do you notice about these two documents as you compare the two?
What I notice about the two documents are the wording is very similar as far as the duties that the skill visit for that patient.
Okay, can you explain what, if anything, stood out to you regarding these notes in your review or investigation?
Okay, there, if you look at 30300, it says patient was able to fall back asleep with no distress on March 1st, 2022. Okay. And if you look at that note on 10/17/2020, the difference there is it's just said that the diaper was changed and patient continued to rest well.
But based on your investigation, were there any significant changes between the note from 2020 to 2022, in your opinion?
No, no significant changes.
Okay. Turn with me now to page 103. Will you please read the date listed on that note?
That looks like a 6/7/2021.
Now, if you would turn with me, keeping that note, will you please turn to page 221? And can you tell me the date that's listed on that note?
Okay, on page 221, the date is September 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice about these two notes as you compare?
The activities are very similar.
Okay.
With very limited, for the assessment, it just says assessment completed with no vital signs or anything.
Okay. Now, I'm not gonna ask you to flip anymore, but I will just ask you some general questions regarding the nursing notes. In your review of all of the notes from 2020 to 2022, can you explain what, if anything, stood out to you regarding these notes? And not just the ones you picked, but all of the ones that you reviewed during your investigation.
Well, all of the records for the nursing notes that were subpoenaed or were turned over to the Board of Nursing, the language is pretty much the same at the same time frame. Very, very similar.
Now, I'm going to ask you to turn, once again, I apologize, to page 172, if you have that document. And I'll give you a moment because I know you're flipping through. Will you read that date?
Okay, for page 172, the date is December 23rd, 2021.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you notice about that document that may be perhaps different, if at all, from the other notes that you have discussed today?
The item that stood out to me as being different with all of the various years of the skilled nursing notes is that on 12/23/2021 at 1900 hours, there is a difference in the note. It just says that arrived at the patient's home, but the family was in town and the patient appeared to be happy. Home is safe and accessible.
Other than that, does the note contain pretty much the same language? Or what was your assessment regarding this particular note and comparing with the other notes from other years?
Based on this skilled nursing note for December 23rd, 2021, other than the entry at 1900 hours, all of the ones for the various years appear to have the same language and pattern for the time frame for this particular patient.
Okay. Now, as the board investigator, have you investigated other cases regarding nursing notes for skilled nursing notes for total care patients?
I have.
Okay, and based on your investigations, what is missing or lacking in this documentation?
Well, from the desk review of all the years for the skilled nursing visits, generally you will have things when you do a complete assessment upon arrival, you usually have vital signs that are listed. And then there are very detailed notes regarding what is in that care plan for that patient, as far as when to turn the patient, how often to turn the patient, input, output. And this particular patient has a BiPAP. There's no O2 readings at all.
Again, so based on your review of the record, does it substantiate the charges against the respondent?
Yes.
Now, you reviewed and discussed a segment of the documents, again admitted, but again, not discussed all of them, because I didn't want you to review all of them, but based on your review of all of the documents, do they appear to be similar notes in your opinion?
Yes, based on the years, the 3 years of documentation that was reviewed for this case, all of the documents appear to have the same pattern as far as the the duties that were listed for the skill visits for the patient.
And were they all signed by the respondent?
Yes, all of the documents that were reviewed were signed by the respondent.
At this time, I tender the witness.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions for the board's witness?
I don't have a question, but as a private duty nursing nurse, when I got Trachevia, oh, no,
Right now, if you have any follow-up questions for her, you'll ask those, but keep in mind anything you want to say when it comes your time to put your case on.
okay. So the nursing notes that you listed, is it for 5 months? Is it 5 months, like the March? What?
No, the records, oh, I'm sorry, I was answering the question. Go ahead.
The records that were reviewed were for various years, not just months.
Okay, because on the page, I don't know where I'm at. Is that the ones that were in question was March, April, May, September, and December?
I think the attorney asked me to turn to those various pages for, it was March, September, December, and June,
Okay,
but they were different years.
okay, okay.
Any additional questions?
No, ma'am.
The board panel have any questions for the board's witness?
Okay. And the witness, I'd like to call Dr. Priscilla Burns. I'm going to ask you to restate your name for the record and your current place of employment.
My name is Priscilla Burks, and I'm employed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been employed by the board?
5 years.
Okay. And can you briefly describe your role with the board?
Currently, I am the Director of Practical Nursing Education.
And will you briefly describe your educational background for the board as well?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, a Master's of Science in Nursing Education, and a PhD in Nursing Education and Administration.
So in your role with the board, are you familiar with the documentation requirements for patients who receive total care?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain what is meant by total care in a nursing context for us non-medical people, please?
In the terms of total care, that is when a patient or a client is reliant on nurses for all aspects of their care. They are totally dependent upon nursing for all of their ADLs as well as their additional nursing care.
And are there standard forms, templates, or any other expectations used when documenting care provided for total care patients?
Yes, there's basically 2 sets. You have your manual templates that can be used, which is the traditional method. In your manual, there are nurses' notes. You have I&O forms, which are your flow sheets. You also have MARs. You have skin assessments, Braden scale, pain assessments. Those things are also a part of electronic health records, but those are your standardized traditional forms that are utilized in nursing care.
Okay, I'm going to show you, will you please turn to page 12? And I think that is exhibit B6. Have you had an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your expertise, does this documentation reflect adequate nursing documentation for a total care patient?
No.
Okay. And why not?
There are some information that is missing from these notes.
Okay. And in your opinion, what is missing or deficient regarding this documentation?
On nursing note dated 3/1/22 at 1900 hour, it says an assessment is complete. Well, it does not describe the assessment. Your nurse's notes should be able to tell a story of what's going on with that person. It should paint a picture, a comprehensive idea of what's going on so that individuals who come afterwards, if they're reading that information, they have a visual of what's going on. For example, an assessment, when you look at it from an LPN standpoint, LPNs do focus assessments. So we'll be looking at what does the skin look like for this individual, the integumentary system. It has BiPAP, so respiratory, that focus assessment would be very important. In terms of respiratory, what is those breath sounds? What is that person sounding like? The rise and fall of their chest, is their respirations even, unlabored? Also, it says medications administered. Well, what medications? How well did the person tolerate those medications? Is there an MAR, or does it have information that says, CMAR, refer to MAR to see how that person did with those meds and exactly what meds.
And for the record, the MAR stands for?
Okay, medication, I'm sorry, a medication administration record.
Okay.
Also on that particular hour, 1900, it says vital signs. It says VSS, which is the abbreviation for vital signs stable. However, we do not have a set of vital signs there to actually indicate if they were stable or not. So if the vital signs for a pediatric patient and adult patient is going to vary, so if we actually had those numbers, it would tell us what was going on. The last thing on this particular note for one is, in documentation, it is important to what we call close your note. At the end of a note, it should have a line drawn. It should have noted the person's initial, last name, and their title. And that is a standard of documentation. And again, as we go down, for example, 2200 hour, change patient's diaper, when we know the person, individual's incontinent, skin would be very important. So what is that skin looking like? And also it says turn patient to prevent skin breakdown. Well, that would be important. Skin breakdown is noted. Again, we need to know what that skin looks like. And for each one of these, close that note, because although there's a signature at the bottom of the page, that is not the standard of documentation in terms of when you look at best practices. Best practices is you close that note to prevent someone else from coming behind writing something that individual did not see or did not write at that particular time.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take out page 12 for me. And if you would now turn to page 189. Now, you identified the date on page 12. Will you read the date listed on page 189 for this particular nursing note?
The date is 8/22/20.
Okay, now these are years apart. Does this documentation meet the standards for documenting care for a total care patient, in your opinion?
No, because the same things are missing. However, at the 1900 hour, it says breathing treatment started.
Okay.
Again, it would have been important to have an assessment of what that person's breath sounded like pre and post, as well as those vital signs. It just says VSS, which is vital signs stable. It says assessment complete, but it does not go into detail about those particular things.
Okay. Now, based on your review of the documentation of these records and any of the other records from other years, are there any common issues or patterns that you observed regarding the respondent's documentation that you would like for the board to notice as well?
Again, with those things such as the assessment not being documented, detailed of what actually occurred, what was seen, the medication administration, those vital signs, 2100 hour, BiPAP is there. Again, we do not know what the O2 sats were, the respiratory, there's no assessment of that. And when we look at these notes and compare them, the record from MSBN 12, look at 3122, that first line, it ends at TOL. When we look at page 189, 822, that first line ends at TOL. When we go down to 6 o'clock, that note for both is the same. It ends with PRE on 3/122 as well as 8/22/20. The last 700 They both say medication administered, tolerated well, no signs and symptoms of distress noted, left in care of grandmother. So those notes are identical.
So in your opinion, does this documentation appear to be accurate or a truthful document or a nursing note in your opinion?
This is an inappropriate nursing note.
Okay, why?
According to the standards, again, it goes to incomplete assessments, the standard of each line, not just signing at the bottom, but having that first initial, last name, and that title. And again, giving a picture of what happens. This care for these 2 days are identical.
Okay. Would it make any difference if this patient was a total care patient versus a regular patient?
No, that does not, the severity or the level of the patient does not change what should be documented. Although it was the same patient, there's things in nursing, there's variations. It would be pretty much impossible to do the exact same thing at the exact same hour in nursing care. That's why in nursing, we're taught from day one that you're required to have a watch for the second hand. Because at that, things happen. A person that they may be comfortable with you one day, it may take a little bit longer to do something the next day. So at those times, it's not going to happen at the exact same time every day, regardless of the status of the patient.
And finally, in your opinion, does this documentation meet the generally accepted standards of the nursing practice?
No, according to CMS and their definition of cloning, where there's repetitive documentation of multiple notes, it fits their definition of cloning.
At this time, I tender the witness.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Did the board here in council have any questions for the witness? Or questions?
I do have one question. Doctor, you mentioned 0200 on page 12 and 189. It's really not identical, even though I turned the patient on 8/22/20, it says turn to the right side. So it's really not identical. Or would you consider that identical?
No, I said 2,400. Turn patient to prevent skin breakdown.
Breakdown, okay. Okay. My apologies.
Any further questions? Okay. All right.
I rested it.
The board has rested their case. It's your time to put on your. So now if you want to testify and explain to the board, it's your time.
Okay, so as far as the MARs go, when I submit my prior authorization to the prior authorization department, the MAR is listed in that prior authorization. So I don't have the medications here written out, but it is submitted when I do my prior authorizations. And my patient is a total care patient, and I did put her on a routine. So that's why it seems similar, but we did have a nightly routine. I've been a nurse for 15 years, and I wouldn't see myself doing anything else. I love what I do. This is my career. I won't harm anyone. I love what I do. Like I stated, I'm a cancer survivor, and I had those nurses taking so much care of me, and that's what I want to do with my patients. And I wouldn't do anything to harm anyone. When my business got shut down, I had to file bankruptcy, and that was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. My husband fell ill, so I had to take care of him and my daughter. And it was a lot. but I made it through because I'm strong. But I say that to say, I wouldn't do anything to hurt anyone. And I ask that you allow me to keep my license, because that is my life.
At this time, the Board Attorney will probably have some questions for you.
Hey, Ms. Johnson, will you please state where you're currently employed for the record?
Fast-paced urgent care.
And what do you do there?
I'm an LPN
And how long have you been employed there?
since April of 24.
And prior to that, where were you employed?
I was doing private duty nursing.
And is that through your company? Yes. Will you please give the board a little bit of your educational background where you attended nursing school?
Okay, I graduated from Hines Nursing Allied. I went January 2009, graduated December 2009, got my LPN license March 2010.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your time with patient TO. Do you continue to care for patient TO?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, and when was the last time you had patient TO under your care?
10/13/2023.
Now, did you create these forms that the board has been looking over, the nursing notes? These are.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I have that the record reflects that patient TO suffered from quadriplegia, obstructive sleep apnea, and generalized idiopathic epilepsy, correct?
Correct.
But are you aware that the forms that you submitted do not reflect that you were treating this condition, that this statement regarding patient TO and the list of diagnoses, that was from your statement, correct?
Correct.
Right, and not from the notes, correct?
When you say not from the notes, they not displayed on the notes?
Correct.
Oh, correct.
How would you ensure a continuity of care regarding patient TO without adequately describing certain things in the notes?
I care for my patient very well, but I know in nursing, if it's not documented, it's not done. And I agree with that. But I do care. No, I do and did, well, I did care for my patient very well. But I know it's not documented accurately, but I did care for my patient.
So you admit that this documentation you have submitted is not the proper documentation for treating patient TO?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admit that that falls below the general accepted standards of the nursing practice regarding your documentation?
Regarding my documentation, yes.
Now, you use these notes to obtain payment, correct?
Yes, I submitted them,
Okay.
yes.
Did you ever have to refund any money as a result of these notes that you submitted?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry, now with Medicaid, it was another insurance, I had to pay $5,000.
Okay, can you explain why?
Oh, it's been so long, I cannot remember.
But it was regarding the documentation specifically for patient TO, correct?
Patient, no, it wasn't. It was regarding another patient, I believe.
Under your care?
Can I give?
Absolutely.
It was 5,000. I think it may have been a double payment, and I sent that payment back.
Were you with patient TO almost every day from 2020 to 2022?
Almost.
At the same time, every day?
Every day. I work 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday. I may take a weekend out just to rest, but I had to because at this point I had to take care of my husband and I was the only one working. out, and I had to take care of my family. So I worked 7 days a week.
But you admit that this documentation is similar even down to exact times, from 2020 to 2022.
Yeah, I worked 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And you, even with traffic, sickness from your husband and sickness, your own sickness, you would have this board to believe that you arrived at 7 o'clock on the dot, actually 6:58, because it would take you 2 minutes to get out.
I
the
was
car. Correct.
actually about 6:55, but my shift didn't start till 7 p.m.
Okay.
every day.
Did you ever order any labs for patient TO?
No, that's why she went to the doctor to have her labs drawn if needed.
Did you ever document that documentation regarding a doctor visit during your time with patient TO?
If she had a seizure, I would contact the physician. But other than that, no, ma'am.
Did your care ever change regarding patient TO?
No, ma'am, we were on a stick routine. It never changed. And like I say, unless she had a blowout or a seizure or anything out of the ordinary, then it would change. But other than that, we were on a routine.
I want to turn your attention to page 261. And I believe that this is already submitted in the record. This is identified as your statement regarding your patient TO. And can you please read the paragraph that starts with the reason for the record?
The reason for the repetitive documentation is because my patient is total care and we have a routine that allows her to be comfortable and on a schedule. The only time my document may differ is either because she had a seizure or a loose bowel movement or something out of the ordinary. Oh, I'm sorry, out of the ordinary.
Previously, we heard testimony that it doesn't matter regarding whether or not a patient is total care when it comes to documentation, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree with me that the medication and that these records are deficient when it comes to reflecting that patient TO is a total care patient, correct?
Correct. It lacks some important information. But as far as the mark, like I say, it's submitted, but I know it's not in my nurse's notes, but it is submitted when I do my authorizations.
Okay, so you now understand that total care does not necessarily mean repetitive care in terms of documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree that submitting forms with knowingly false or misleading information qualifies as falsification, correct?
But it's not false. My documentations is what I wrote because I was doing the duties.
Yes, but you've already stated that their documentation was deficient in terms of some of the important information. And whether willfully or negligently, you understand that submitting documentation that is inadequate for patient care not only puts your patient at risk, but also undermines the documentation aspect of the nursing practice, correct? You
Okay,
understand?
so deficiency and falsify, are you classifying those as the same term?
Second one individually. You understand that you were deficient. And as a result of those deficiencies, that fell below the nursing practicing standards, correct?
Correct.
Now you do understand that these notes appear to be cloned. And we've already heard testimony about what cloning is, correct?
Correct.
Doing the same thing every day. And it is your testimony that you arrived from 2020 to 2022 at patient TO's house every day, rain, shine, sleet, or snow, and did the same thing over and over again, correct?
Correct. For 2 years straight, I did the exact same thing. I had to work my butt off.
Okay, but you do realize that if you didn't document it, it didn't happen, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Now, would you also agree that failing to maintain medical records in a professional manner is considered unprofessional conduct?
As far as the business goes.
As far as your personal documentation relating to patient TO?
Okay, what was the last statement that you?
That failing to maintain the adequate medical records, you do realize that that is considered unprofessional misconduct, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I did care for my patient. But, yeah,
Now, you could understand, and you would agree with me that using the same form over and over again, even with slight variations, can appear to be deceptive, correct?
like this same form
You
that I
can
use
let-
for my nurse's notes.
You can understand how that, without the adequate documentation, could be deceptive, correct?
It can appear that way, but I wouldn't categorize it as being deceptive because I worked. I tried to get the caregiver here, but her car broke down. And she asked if I can call her, but I'm pretty sure that's not acceptable.
Have you had any other issues with documentation, regarding patient care with your business?
No, ma'am.
I tend to the witness.
Board panel have any questions? I do, Ms. Johnson. Hey. I hear the love for Theo in your voice. I hear that. I just want you to be aware of that.
Thank you.
I do hear some deep caring in there. Unfortunately, caring is equatable to the quality of our documentation in the nursing profession, right? So we've got to say this vital sign for this. His breath sounds were clear after that breathing treatment.
I agree, yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you mentioned in passing your business shut down. What, help me understand what happened there. Please.
When I got audited, they asked for the my policy, my notes, and I submitted them, and I got a letter saying that it's under investigation, and it stemmed from my notes, and that's where we are now.
So it stemmed from your notes.
That I submitted to Medicaid.
Okay. And what stemmed from, I mean, help me understand why?
I'm sorry.
No, ma'am, go ahead.
And when I got audited, I didn't have all my policies, procedures, and everything in place.
So they saw about what we're seeing here.
Yes, ma'am.
And they were concerned.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that, they essentially shut your business down because why would they shut your business down?
It said that it was just under investigation until I guess had this hearing. Then that's when I got the letter. So I know I submitted all my documentation to them, and I guess it wasn't adequate, like lawyer said, and they closed it down.
Do you believe your notes to be adequate? Ms. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
So going with that, turn to page 85. I just flipped 85. I just opened up. Okay. Or you pick a page. You pick a page. I don't even, it doesn't have to be 85.
I have 85.
Okay. All right. So on page 85, if you'll look at 0200, 2 a.m. in the morning. Brief change. I use the word brief.
Yeah.
Brief change. Patient continues to rest. No signs and symptoms of distress noted. So quality of your note. Okay.
Okay.
So tell me what TO's perineal area looked like after you changed the brief at 2 a.m.
Clean and intact.
Clean and intact. You know that you
And I know I should have documented it.
So, okay, so I'm auditing this chart, just say as a someone who does that to make sure that this patient is insured appropriate care.
Yes.
So how do I know it's dry and intact?
You don't because it's not written.
Yes. And you said that. If it's
Yes.
not documented, it's not done. They tell us that on the first day of nursing school, don't they? Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, and I think to Dr. Burke's point, we could flip on another one, but a nebulizer treatment or breathing treatment was administered, and we could pick a page. I think there were several breathing treatments administered. How was TO after the breathing treatment was done on March 22nd, 2022? How were TO's lung sounds? Were they congested? Was there some wheezing? You understand?
I understand, yes, ma'am.
Quality of care. Your perception is that it was, you love the patient well. You love the patient well. However, quality of care is measured by AMAR. We don't have one to go by. You did state that there was one, the prior authorization was submitted, but how often was a prior authorization submitted, Ms. Johnson?
Every 6 months.
So day by day, MAR, medication administration record, I wouldn't know what meds you gave TO.
Right.
Okay. And the other thing, you mentioned a vital sign flow sheet. Do you have one, or was there anywhere that you documented vital signs, or did you just know that these are within normal?
No, normally.
So you just didn't, if it wasn't. Okay. And that's another thing. So for 2 solid years, Ms. Johnson, and I'm not berating you, but I just want you to understand, for 2 solid years, I am to believe that TO never had an abnormal blood pressure, never had a low heart rate, never had a high respiratory rate. Again, the essential documentation pieces, though you love TO well, the assessment is just not there. And that's what concerns us. So we've got to protect TO. We've got to protect TO. And in doing so, it has to, the picture has to be painted, as Dr. Burks referred to. And I don't have a good solid picture of TO. Okay. Thank you for answering my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Any follow-up questions?
Just one, just briefly. In listening to the testimony regarding the questions from Dr. Gentry, my question is, you submitted documentation that it sounds like you knew did not have all of the information regarding patient TO and care, correct?
Correct.
You do understand that this record reflects that doing that means that that is a falsification of documentation. Correct.
Can you repeat it?
You understand that submitting documentation
That-
that is deficient, that is not knowingly submitting this documentation that does not adequately live up to the nursing standard of care, especially for patient TO. You understand that submitting that documentation equates to falsification of documentation. Correct.
I understand now.
That's all I have.
If I could go back and redo it, I would. But I can't.
This time, we'll let, you said you had no witnesses to testify, correct? Okay. At this time, we'll proceed with closing statements. Ms. Morris, I'll let you make your closing statement.
Yes, just briefly. You've heard the clear and convincing evidence that we've presented, including Ms. Johnson's her admitting on the record that the medical records and documentation submitted was deficient. And we believe that we've met our burden in this case. As a result, Ms. Johnson has engaged in unprofessional misconduct as identified by this board. Accordingly, we ask that the panel take whatever disciplinary action it deems appropriate and necessary regarding Ms. Johnson's license.
Ms. Johnson, you can make a closing statement if you like.
Just thank you all. I hope to keep my license. I love what I do, and I want to continue to do what I'm doing. I acknowledge my documentation. I do acknowledge it, but nursing is a everyday learning experience. I learn things every day, and I just ask for your grace to allow me to keep my license because I love it. Thanks.
That will conclude the hearing in this matter at this time. This time I'll entertain a motion for the board to go in closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. I make the motion. Ms. Gentry, Dr. Gentry makes the motion. All in favor? Motion, we are now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session We are back on the record. It is 3:34 PM, and I'm going to announce the board's decision. The board was unanimous in their decision. They found in the matter of C 325077 license number issued to Shamika Johnson, case number 2023-0611. The board has found you guilty of all charges. The board's order is that you be issued a restricted license for a period of 12 months, and you should comply with the following restrictions for a minimum of 24 months. Formal reprimand, you'll have a fine of $500. You must pay on or before 180 calendar days. Single state license, conference with compliance officer. You have present and future employer notification, quarterly reports, employer reports, workshop and legal aspects of nursing to be completed within 90 days from the date of the order. You also have continuing education requirements. Those are going to be in ethics and professionalism in nursing. That's a 3-hour course, I believe. Documentation in nursing, that's a 17-hour course. Ethical decision-making, that's an 1.5-hour course. You can get more information on that. It'll be in the order, and the compliance order will tell you about those. Prohibited areas of practice. You are restricted from practicing in private duty, temporary staffing, home visits, temporary assignments, any unsupervised setting, long-term care, chronic care facilities, or long-term acute care facilities. You'll need to have indirect supervision. You'll also have other requirements, and those will be outlined and detailed in an order. And like I said, you'll be receiving a formal order within 45 days from today. That will be provided to you. You might want to meet with the compliance officer today to exchange names and information. But other than that, you'll have a formal order issued. Any questions?
With restriction, do I still have my license?
Yes, ma'am. You have a license. It will be a restricted license, and that's going to be a public record. So that's going to be reported. But you still have a nursing license, but you're going to have restrictions on that. And if you violate any terms or any conditions in the order, that can come up with further disciplinary action against your license.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This will conclude this matter. Eight, 3A, voluntary surrender. 8. Approved. We'll proceed with the next matter. Good afternoon. Today's date is July 15, 2025. The time is 3:39 PM. We're present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South near Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket will be in the matter of Mississippi LPN exam applicant, Shamira Fisher, appellant, case number 2025-0309. I'm sorry, did I pronounce your first name?
It's Shamaria.
Shamari, sorry. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding is limited. I'll rule on any objections to testimony or evidence raised by the parties to see to the orderly process of the proceedings and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and law. This is an administrative proceeding. It's not a court of law, so the formal rules of civil procedure and evidence are not enforced. I may, however, use both if having to decide on an evidentiary matter. At this time, I'll ask the board members of the hearing panel who will hear the matter to introduce themselves and to identify who will be the alternate. And as the alternate, that board member will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the hearing panel.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
Janelle Moody, alternate.
And I'll ask the attorney representing the board to introduce themselves.
Alexis Morris.
Right. And okay, Ms. Fisher, you're here today, and I see you're at the table alone. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and what I'll do is I'll ask you some questions for the record. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine witnesses?
Yes.
You understand you have the right to have the board issue subpoenas should you have felt the need to compel witnesses or documents to introduce today?
Yes.
You understand the outcome of the hearing could adversely affect your ability to obtain a nursing license?
Yes.
And understanding all this, is it your desire to go forward without an attorney?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify today?
No.
You'll be testifying on your own behalf?
Yes.
Does the board have any witnesses?
No.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in, Ms. Fisher.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that B1 through B7 be admitted for the board and A1 be admitted for, on behalf of Ms. Fisher.
Ms. Fisher, have you looked at the board's exhibits B1 through B7?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to those being introduced?
No.
Okay, Ms. Morris, any objection to A1?
No objection.
B1 through B7 will be entered into the record as board exhibit. A1 will be entered into the record as applicant's exhibit. Ms. Fisher, this is your appeal, your application, so the way this hearing will go is this will be, both sides will be allowed to offer opening statements. Opening statements are just a brief summary of the information. It's not evidence, it's persuasive, it is not required. After opening statements, since this is your application, you will have the burden of proof, present your case in chief, you will go first. You will put on your testimony as to why you feel that the board's, the order denying your application should be reversed.
Okay.
You put on your testimony, Ms. Morris may question you at that time. Then after you rest, Ms. Morris will put on any evidence that she has.
Okay.
Closing statements will then be offered, again persuasive, you do not have to do closing statements, and then the board will deliberate. All right? All right, we'll let you go ahead and proceed, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Pull the microphone closer to you, I'm so sorry. Not too close where you, yes, it pops.
All right, I just want to say thank you for allowing this opportunity. Thank you all for being here. And I'm here to fully take responsibility for my past actions, but prior to nursing school, and I'm hoping that you all will see it fit for me to grant me my license. I've grown since then. I was young, and those were mistakes that I'm taking accountability for. So do I need to let y'all know what's going on?
That's fine. That's gonna be your opening
Yeah, that was.
statement.
Mhm.
That's fine. And we'll let Ms. Morris make her opening statement.
Yes, briefly. Ms. Fisher is here today because on or about February 8th, 2025, she submitted an application for the LPN exam where she answered yes to the following question. Have you ever been convicted or found guilty or entered into an agreed disposition of a felony offense under applicable state or federal law? And have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor other than a minor traffic violation or entered into an agreed disposition? On or about September 28th, 2022, Ms. Fisher appeared before the 19th Judicial District Court in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, on 2 felony charges. One was illegal transmission of monetary funds, and the other was criminal conspiracy to commit illegal transmission of monetary funds. She was sentenced to 1 year of unsupervised bench probation and a $500 fine or 64 hours of community service work. Also, on or about May 25th, 2020, she was arrested for misdemeanor theft and completed the pretrial intervention program on or about September 28th of 2020. As a result, it was determined that her application for LPN exam was denied under an administrative denial, in that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by this board, namely a conviction of a felony within the last 5 years, and that she engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. This panel is tasked to determine whether Ms. Fisher's administrative denial should be overturned. And in all administrative denials of licensure, the applicant has the burden of proof to show any and all evidence indicating why the denial should be overturned. So in considering whether to approve her application, we ask the panel to consider the circumstances surrounding her arrests, the time of those arrests, and whether the public will be protected. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, it's your time to put on your case in chief to show why you feel that the denial should be overturned.
In 2021, I was involved into helping someone.
Push that up to
2021, I was involved in helping someone apply for a PPP loan. I was young. It was a serious lapse in judgment. From then, I've grown. At the time, I didn't think about the consequences or what may happen. And since that time, I've become a certified pharmacy technician, what I now do now. I became a CNA, and I've learned how to make responsible choices, and do right by everything.
Said you were helping someone do what? I'm sorry.
File a PPP loan,
A PP.
check protection program loan.
Information you want to provide?
No, ma'am.
I'll let Ms. Morris question you.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Where are you currently employed?
CVS Pharmacy.
Okay, and how long have you been there?
3.5 years.
Okay, can you give the board a little bit of your educational background?
I graduated high school in 2017 from Jonesville, Louisiana. I just went to Colleen. I graduated Colleen in December of 2024. I took my English the first time I failed, and I've retaken it, and I'm here now.
Now, just the brief synopsis that you gave regarding the 2022 arrest that was involving the PPP loan, correct?
Correct.
What about the arrest for misdemeanor theft in 2020?
So there was a situation. I was with a friend at Walmart, and she changed price tags on some items and went to self-checkout, but the officer didn't he just he didn't actually take us into custody. He just gave us a summons, and I done a pre-trial diversion, but being that we were together, he said that both of us was getting it.
Now, you've taken full responsibility for your actions in both cases.
Correct.
And have you completed any and all court mandated programs for the arrests and conviction in 2022?
Yes.
And are you currently under any supervised supervision or probation?
No, it ended.
And is that part of the documentation that you submitted?
Correct.
Have you paid any and all fines associated with the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been arrested or convicted since 2022?
No, ma'am.
And why should this panel approve your LPN application?
At the time I was young and I didn't think about the choices I was making. And I don't think my past actions should define my future. I worked hard for this and at the time I didn't realize how much it was gonna affect me.
I've been the witness at this time.
Shamaria.
Yes, ma'am.
I do. So you didn't pass your NCLEX fee in the first go round, but you passed it the second.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you.
That's not.
I know.
We apologize.
The day of NCLEX, my car went out and I made it late and my mind was not there
On your first attempt.
on my first attempt.
Yeah.
And I was not focused. No, ma'am.
But you did it the second time.
I did.
Absolutely. It counts.
Thank
passed.
you.
Congratulations. Okay, so, on the, changing the tags in Walmart,
Mhm.
I just wrong crowd, wrong
Yes,
person.
ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So you have much association with that person anymore?
Talk to them at all.
Don't talk to them at all.
Correct.
You've removed yourself from that situation. Okay. The PPP loan folks, they still around?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What benefit was it to you to assist them in that fraudulent activity? What was your
I just helped them and then of course they did pay me, but that's about it.
they paid you for helping them?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it more than the $500 fine you ensued? Do you see ethically how nursing is held to a higher standard and monetary things like that? For example,
Better. Correct.
it's a big deal. It is.
Yeah.
It is, because we have to protect our patients, and part of that is, not being deceptive in our practice, be it, fraudulent practices and things like that. Do you feel, let me give you a little, where do you plan to work after you leave CVS, if you're,
I'm not sure. Probably nursing home.
okay. So let me give you this little scenario, okay? So you're taking care of this kind gentleman, and he offers you his credit card
Mhm.
to go out and get his Walmart.
Correct.
items. Okay, what are you gonna say to that?
Advise him that I can't do that because as a nurse, that's not my job, and I don't want anything to come back on me if anything go wrong. So I'm just not gonna deal with it.
Correct answer. You believe that in your soul?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that with conviction. I hear it. Okay, so you know that is unsafe practice?
Correct.
Even though you're not intentionally harming a patient, dropping him in the floor, but you could be fraudulent and wreck his bank account and all the things.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we're bound to protect the public, and that's one of the things we do. And we just must ensure that
Mhm.
we can put our stamp on you.
Correct.
So Shamaria is safe, and she's not gonna harm the public in any way.
Yes, ma'am.
Including, monetarily
Correct.
unsafe. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, all right. Good.
On that same subject, I think you need to be aware that if you can't say, or you shouldn't probably say, you can't. My friend can do it for you.
Correct. That's still involving me, and I don't want anything to do with it.
Tell me, if you will, what's your favorite part of nursing?
Just being a care for people in their most vulnerable moments, especially those who don't have the support system.
And share with me a time that you took care of someone that did not have a support system,
Mhm.
and while you were in school.
It was this older man where we done clinicals at the nursing home, and his family wouldn't come visit him, and he'll be sad about it. That's all I can think about.
So what'd you do?
I just went in this room, we talked, and I took him in a wheelchair and took him outside and done stuff like that.
How did that make you feel?
Good, knowing he had someone there with him when he's always, cooped up in a room and stuff like that.
What needs of his did you meet that day as as a practical nursing student? What would you say? What needs were met that day, Shamaria?
I mean, I cared for him, bathed him, cleaned him, just having him to feel like someone care. I feel like that was a big part of the day.
Big part of your day.
Yes, ma'am.
What nurses do.
Yes, ma'am.
Love others well. Good. Any follow-up questions? All right. No more witnesses to testify, then we'll entertain closing statements at this time. Ms. Fisher, do you want to make a closing statement you may?
Well, I just want to say again, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have grown a lot from my past, and I hope you all see it fit to reconsider this in a way for me. And I just want to say thank you again.
All right, Ms. Morris?
It's just briefly, under 73-15-21, the board, in its discretion, may refuse to accept the application of a person who has been convicted of a criminal offense. And Ms. Fisher has the burden of proof to show you all with her evidence indicating why the administrative denial should be overturned. So again, in considering whether or not to overturn her application denial, please consider the circumstances surrounding her arrest, the time of her arrest, and whether the public will be protected. And accordingly, we ask this panel to take whatever action it deems appropriate involving her LPN application. Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in this matter at this time. I'll entertain a motion for the board to go in closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. Ms. Johnson makes a motion. I'll second. All in favor? And motion carries. Now I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 2541(7)(4)(b) to deliberate on the matter for purposes of issuance of an appealable order. Make that motion. Walker?
4:23 PM. I'll announce the hearing panel's decision. It was unanimous. The hearing panel has voted to grant her appeal and to issue her an unrestricted license.
Thank you.
And
Thank y'all.
as a side word from me, the board appreciates your being here, but they don't want to see you on.
And I don't want to see y'all again.
Order will be issued and it'll be sent mailed to you. So within 45 days.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. We're back on the record. Today's date is July 15th, 2025. The time now is 4:25 PM. We are located at the President in the Office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket will be license number R898292 issued to Marquella Dickory, case number 2022-0540. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role in this matter is limited, and I will rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, see to the orderly process of proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations. This is an administrative proceeding. The rules not a court of law, so the panel is not bound by the formal rules of evidence or civil procedure. I may, however, use both as a guide in ruling on objections to this matter. But again, the board is not bound by either. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and identify who will be the hearing alternate who will not participate in the proceedings or the deliberations or the decision by the panel.
Nancy Norris Johnson, I'll be on.
Janelle Moody, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Harley Walker, LPN.
I'll ask the board attorney to identify themselves for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And the licensee, is she present?
He is not, Your Honor.
Okay, if you would provide information regarding the notice she was provided and the attempts to provide her notice of today's hearing.
In the exhibits we plan to admit, you can look, you'll see that she was sent a notice of hearing, May 3rd, 2024. That's on page 6 of the proposed exhibits. That was returned. You can see on page 9. We then sent another one on May 21st. That was returned. You'll see that on page 13. You'll then see there's email correspondence between me and ICD, which essentially states that she contacted us saying she had received notice that she had certified mail, so she reached out to the board. If you look on page 19 of the proposed exhibits, you'll see where it says, Mr. Cure, and this is an email from me to her on December 2nd. I've attached the third notice of hearing as discussed on the phone, and per your email, you're accepting service. Please let me know if you have any questions. You can see on the email below that, she said, sending this email is my response to accept service and whatever else is needed for compliance. That third notice of hearing is on page 16. It noticed her for a day today. I have not heard anything from her other than this correspondence confirming that she You got it. And she's not signed in and she's not here.
And notice on page 16 provided that she was to be here at 8:30 a.m.
Correct, yes, Your Honor.
And she's not signed the book. No one has seen her in the building today.
No.
And she's not corresponding with the board requesting a continuance or any reason why she could not be here today.
No, Your Honor, other than what we had today, I've not heard from the respondent.
Okay. It appears that the licensee was provided statutory notice of today's hearing. She's not provided the board with any reason for her absence or requested a continuance from the hearing today. We'll proceed with the hearing in her absence. Preliminary matters.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to introduce B1 through B10.
Those will be, no objection to those. Those will be introduced into the record marked as B1 through B10. Witnesses to testify.
Mr. Dwayne Jameson.
I'll have you swear Mr. Jameson in.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Walker, you can proceed with your case in chief. If you would like to do an opening statement, you may, or just proceed in with your.
I'll just proceed with the case. We'll do a brief, kind of trying to run through it real quick to give a synopsis of what the case is. Mr. Jameson, will you state your placement, your name and your placement on the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked at the board?
since March of '91.
And can you state what you do for the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigative processes here at the board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with this file as well? You've looked over the file?
Yes.
And I know we addressed service and we proceeded forward with this case, but we've confirmed that Ms. DeCure is not signed in outside on the sign-in sheet,
Yes, I can confirm she has not.
and she's not sitting in the room today, correct?
That's correct.
If you look at page 4, will you just tell us what page 4 is?
Page 4 is the license verification form for Ms. Markeely DeCure.
And does it show she's a licensee of this board?
Yes,
What was she licensed as?
she's licensed as a registered nurse and on August 18th, 2014.
Okay, thank you. Let's flip over to page 17, if you will, and just identify that for the record.
Page 17 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the charges are on that complaint against Mr. Cure?
Okay, yeah, there are a total of 5 charges. That starts with unprofessional conduct, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed, is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamine, or other drugs having similar effect. The respondent has committed fraud or deceit in securing or attempting to secure such license. Charge 4, that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substances, as evidenced by positive screen for alcohol, an illegal substance, or unauthorized medication. And charge 5, that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substances, as evidenced by pattern of abuse or habitual abuse of authorized or unauthorized medications.
Okay, and are there any facts in there that support those charges?
Yes, specifically, on or about July the 6th, 2022, the respondent was driven to the hospital by her husband, Marion General Hospital, because she had passed out at home and was unresponsive. There are notes in the medical records that indicate that she had been known to use narcotics that had been purchased on the street. The medical record also noted that she arrived with abdominal breathing and had no respiratory effort and no pulse. She was given Narcan and was in respiratory arrest and cardiac arrest. During this time, the respondent reported that she took 3 Lortab, 8 Benadryl, 2 Tylenol PM, 2 Robaxin, and 2 sleep aids. She also admitted to taking 2 to 3 Percocets. And according to the nurse's notes in the medical records, she stated she wanted to feel numb, was the reason of taking this medication. It is also documented that the respondent admitted to suicidal ideations at times. She was drug tested and was positive for opiates, which was PCP and oxycodone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Let's look over at page 23 for me, please. This has been admitted as, excuse me, exhibit B6. We just identify that for the record.
Okay, this is a medical record for Marquis DeCure,
And what's the date on that record?
July 6, 2022.
And on the next page, page 24 of this record, can you tell us what, for the record, is listed as the chief complaint for her?
Chief complaint is respiratory arrest. And it goes on to state the patient arrived to ED with agonal breathing. Husband states that patient may have taken some sort of medications, but he is unsure of what.
Okay. Is there any type of diagnosis that's listed on her record?
Yes, there's a diagnosis of narcotic overdose, undetermined intent, respiratory arrest, and cardiac arrest.
And do you see where they have the disposition listed there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The disposition is to transfer to another facility, specifically reference that she should be transferred out to Pine Grove.
And who was that, from a doctor or who wrote that?
From a doctor, I believe it's pronounced Bassey.
Okay. Let's flip over to page 26. Of her, this is her medical record also. Will you tell us about what it says for her HBI on there?
Okay, under HPI, it indicates that Mr. Cure is a 36-year-old female who presents to the ER via private owned vehicle with agonal breathing, soon followed by no respiratory effort and also pulse. Patient's husband reports hearing her fall beside the bed, tried to get her up, but she would not awaken. He drug her to the shower, but she still would not wake up, so he brought her to the ER. She has been known to take narcotics bought on the street. He denies any symptoms or other signs prior to going to bed.
All right. So this was something she was known to do according to what was stated in her HBI. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
If you will look over at page 28. And this is still her medical record, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Will you just state what it says under where it says review of systems? Will you tell us what it says on her record there?
It states here that unable to obtain due to unresponsive patient.
So she was unresponsive when she came in according to her record.
Yes.
Okay. And will you tell us about her, the physical exam under that as well, what says?
Under the constitutional, it says well-developed, well-nourished, unresponsive with cardiovascular arrest. On the respiratory, it references coarse breath sounds bilaterally with bag ventilation, no respiratory effort, no wheezing, no raunchy, no rails. On the cardiovascular, there's no pulse, no heart sounds. And psychiatric, unable to access due to unresponsive patient.
So there's no doubt she was unresponsive when she arrived. Correct?
According to a record, that's
Right.
right, yes.
Okay, thank you. On page 29, it looks like we have her drug screen. You see that there? At the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see, can you tell us what she was positive for on this drug screen per her medical?
She was positive for opioid.
And on the next page, page 30, I believe it follows her drug screen. Do you see any positives on that page?
Yes, it breaks down the positives to PCP and oxycodone.
Okay, and this was all done on that date for July 6th, was that correct?
July 6, 2022, yes.
Okay. We look at page 54, Mr. Jonathan. Can you identify what this is for the record?
Page 50, this is Mr. Cure's PMP.
Just we state what the PMP shows for the record.
This is a copy of her control medications that she's received from a specific time frame.
Okay, thank you. And, can you tell us if she has, when was the last time she received a prescription for hydrocodone?
That was January 3rd, 2022,
And how many days was that prescription for, according to her PMP?
for 3 days.
Okay, so about 6 months later, she was positive for hydrocodone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
According to her medical record.
According to her records, yes.
So at this time, did she have a prescription for oxycodone during this time frame of this PMP?
Not according to her PMP.
And can you tell us at the top what that date range is on her PMP?
The date range is July 21st, 2019 through July 21st, 2022.
So that would have been the time she tested positive for the oxycodone, correct?
Yes, it would have been within that time.
And not only that, she was also positive, it was broken down to PCP, is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you will go back over to page 32. And so, let me pause right there. She tested positive for a drug that she did not have a prescription for, is that correct? Based on what we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 32, under her medical decision-making, it says that they started CPR when she arrived. Can you tell us what happened after that it's listed in her record?
Yes, at 05:30, it says CPR was initiated upon patient arrival. Then at 06 o'clock, it says patient reports taking 2 to 3 Percocets for toothache. Then 15 minutes later, it says the patient now also admitted to taking 8 Benadryl, 2 Tylenol PM, 2 Robaxin, and 2 sleep aid. Patient is alert and crying, stating she just wanted to feel numb due to having a lot going on. She does also admit to suicide ideation at times. We will get telepsych consult.
So according to this record, she admitted to them that she took several medications, correct?
Yes,
And then that she had some suicidal thoughts going on apparently.
that's correct.
Okay. Now turn to page 40. Now, this is still her medical record, right?
Yes, it is.
And that same July 6th date encounter.
That's correct.
For the record, we just read that note that was entered at the top of the page there on her medical record by the medical staff.
Okay, it reads, patient's care assumed that shift change. She has been stable from vital standpoint. She has been argumentative on the phone with someone, and apparently there has been some disagreement with her husband over her problems. She does not feel she has a problem, but Pine Grove Assessment did feel that she needed inpatient, and I have discussed with her that she had died this morning and was resuscitated and has more of a problem, and she thinks. There are multiple stories in the media about movie stars, rock stars, average people who feel that they have their problems under control and accidentally overdose, and that she has had a second chance and will need to go get help. Also informed her she needs to contact the nursing board and report herself and work through the process to maintain her license. Her husband is in agreement with this, and currently she agrees to inpatient treatment at Pine Grove and has been accepted to Dr. Bassey, will be transported by AAA.
Okay, thanks. According to this note, it indicated that she didn't really think she had a problem, right?
That's right.
But despite the evidence that says she overdosed, whether intentionally or not, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It does appear from this, I believe you said she did go to inpatient treatment. She agreed to go to inpatient treatment. Is that correct?
Yes, she did agree to go.
And then under that disposition, can you read what that says?
It says patient transferred to Pine Grove by AAA in stable condition at no discharge date for patient encounter.
Okay, so it looks like she did at least leave that way, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's see. One thing I'll look at is on page 41. Can you tell us what I think it has a final impression listed there. Can you just state for the record what that says?
Okay, the final impression, number 1 is narcotic overdose, undetermined intent. Number 2 is respiratory arrest, and number 3 lists cardiac arrest.
Okay, so we have in her record that she did have an overdose. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On the bottom of that page, you see those 2 notes that were entered on her record?
Yes.
We read those for the record.
Patient reports that she took 3 Lortab, 8 Benadryl, 2 Tylenol PM, 2 Robaxin, and 2 sleep aids. Patient states that she does take some of this on a regular basis, but not this much. She felt that she wanted to feel numb from various things going on in life at this time. States she did not necessarily want to end her life by taking all of these medications.
All right, so based on what we've seen in her medical record, we have an overdose, according to her record, that she had taken several medications and did so regularly. And then also that she went to inpatient treatment at Pine Grove. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in your time as an investigator here, is it normal or is it common to see somebody that doesn't have some type of substance abuse or mental health issue go to inpatient treatment?
No.
Okay. I believe she submitted a statement on page 48. We turn to that for me, Mr. Jameson. Is this her statement? Are you familiar with this?
Yes, this is her statement.
Okay. And can you tell us what the date of her statement is?
It appears to be September 15th, 2022.
And in her statement, can you tell us what she says about the incident that occurred?
She mentions that on July the 6th, that she was seen at Marion General as a patient diagnosed as intentional overdose, but she says that this was not actually the case.
Can you tell us what according to this statement, what did she say she took?
She mentioned that she had some dental procedures done and was prescribed Norco for discomfort, and says that morning that she took 2 of those Norco along with 3 Benadryl.
But that's a little different than what her medical record said she had reportedly taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
But she does admit she went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
But I think in her, she says that her husband claims that she tried to end her life, and that's the narrative he gave the hospital. Is that correct also?
Yes.
In looking at the record, the medical record we have, did you get any indication that this was coming from the husband and not her?
No, the medical record indicates that she provided them information.
Okay, thanks. So actually her statement contradicts what the medical record actually shows. Is that correct?
Yes, it does somewhat.
Okay. If you will look at page 44 for me. Can you identify that for the record?
Okay, 44 is a license renewal application for Ms. DeCure, with the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Okay. And can you tell us the date on that renewal application?
December 19th, 2022.
So is this dated after her, the date of her statement that she submitted?
Yes, this is after her stay.
So according to this, she knew she had some type of pending action by the dates, right? She had submitted a statement.
Right.
Okay. If you look at page 47. You see the section that's labeled discipline on there?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what she marked, what her answer was when she was asked if she had any pending action for her?
Her response was no.
But in fact, judging by the date, she did have some type of action pending against her, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we've also seen where she tested positive for prescriptions that she did not have. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So she didn't have a legal prescription, which means they were not legally administered, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Have any questions? Mr. Jameson, On page 48, statement. That's the statement she provided to the Board of Nursing. Correct.
I am not able to tell by looking at the statement whether it was provided to the board or if we obtained it during the course of the investigation made to the facility. It wouldn't take me long if we need to.
I'm just trying to figure out how you got a hold of it. Is this something that she provided to the board or that the board obtained that she was aware of?
I was not the investigator on the case, so I would have to research a little further to confirm that. Chances are it would be, I wouldn't think of another reason that she would have made that statement, but to confirm it, I would have to take a moment to research that.
I was just trying to clarify, since it didn't say to the Board of Nursing, that this was something that the Board of Nursing obtained or she provided to the Board of Nursing in September of 2022.
Yeah, if you want to take a quick recess, we can.
If you don't mind, that would be. Take a quick recess and. Wait for it now. All right, Ms. Jameson?
Okay, yes, investigator Hoshina Jones requested it and she emailed it to Ms. Jones on October the 13th, 2022.
Okay, so it's at the board's request that she was.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Question? I guess just based on with her not being here, page 49, any medication that took or was currently taking, I was prescribed to myself. I was personnel to myself. I'm assuming that was prescribed. So that, in fact, is not true. Correct, as evidenced by the date on this letter and as evidenced by her PMP and as evidenced by what her urine said she was positive for.
That's
So
correct.
the only thing we have to go by since she's not here in person is this statement. And it has already been proven as false
Yes, ma'am.
based on the data we have in front, or the evidence we have in front of us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further question? Any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the state reps at this time.
Okay, you want to make a closing statement?
Just a brief one, Your Honor. I believe the board has met its burden. She was charged with obtaining or possessing or administering to herself or anybody else drugs that except as legally directed. Well, you've seen evidence that she was positive for drugs she did not have a prescription for. She was also charged with having a positive drug screen. You saw that in her medical record. You also saw in her medical record that she routinely took, this was routine behavior for her. She admitted to according to her record, that was something she routinely did. So she is habitually a user of those drugs. and what even, she was also charged with, being under the influence or having a mood altering substance or having a pattern of abuse or habitual abuse of either authorized or unauthorized. Well, regardless if it was authorized, that I believe we've met that burden as well, as evidenced by the medical record and the statements in the medical record. Whether they were authorized or not makes no difference based on that charge. I believe there's clearly some other issues going on with Mr. Cure, and I believe we've met our burden with proving these charges, and in order to protect the public, we would ask that the panel take disciplinary action on this license, Mr. Cure. Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing on this matter in cause number 2022-0540 in the matter of license number R898292. This time I will entertain a motion to go in closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go in executive session. All in favor? We are now in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go in
All right.
Alexis? Alexis?
Okay, we're back on the record. I'll announce the board's decision. It was unanimous. The board found her guilty of all charges and the order was revocation. We'll move to the next item. Today's date is July 15th, 2025. The time is 5:01 PM. We're present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter. The next matter is license number R 922-905 issued to India Oliver, case number 2023-0436. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and by statute, I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding is limited, and I'll rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, proceed to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to rule on any objections. This is an administrative proceeding. The rules of evidence and rules of civil procedure do not apply. I may, however, use both as a guide when ruling on objections. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this matter to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the member who will be serving as the alternate. And as the alternate, they will not participate in either the deliberations or decision by the board hearing panel. Nancy Morris Johnson. Janelle Moody. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, alternate.
And I'll ask the attorney for the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Brandon Walker,
And is the licensee present?
the licensee is not present, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to make a short statement to show the notice that she was provided at the
Yes,
time?
yes, Your Honor, sorry. She was sent notice in the exhibits we plan to introduce. B5 shows a notice of hearing sent to her address. Sent September 11th, 2024. Noticing her for a date of today, at 8:30. That, you can see the green card, it was sent certified mail, that's in exhibit, on page 10. Showing she received the certified mail that was sent. Or well, where is a signature on there?
Just noticed it here at 8:30 AM this morning,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you checked the sign-in book, she's not signed in, checked the rooms, she's not present and has not communicated with anyone requesting a continuance.
That's correct.
And the address sent to the green card, certified mail, that's her address on file with the board.
That's the address we had on file with the board, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I find that the licensee was provided statutory notice of today's hearing. It's not provided the board with any reason for her absence or requested a continuance. We'll proceed with the hearing in her absence. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request to introduce B1 through B19.
No objection to those. Those will be introduced and marked as B1 through B19 without objections. Any witnesses that you plan to offer?
Yes, Your Honor. We plan to call Ms. Tawanda Jones.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear Ms. Jones in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Walker, you can proceed. If you'd like to do an opening statement, you may, or you may proceed with your papers.
I'll just waive opening and go call Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name and your current place of employment?
Tawanda Jones, place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
You can, for the record, state what you do here at the board.
I'm an investigator here at the board.
So are you familiar with the investigative process of licensees of this board?
I am.
Okay. Would you look at page 5, and just identify that for the record, please?
Page 5 is a license verification for the respondent.
And does it show that she is a licensee of this board?
Yes,
Can you tell it what she licensed as?
she's licensed as a registered nurse.
Okay. And when was she first licensed?
February 24th, 2023.
Okay. You would please go to, page 8, just identify that for the record.
Page 8 is the complaint.
Can you sum up the charges on that complaint?
Charge 1 is the respondent has falsified in a repeatedly negligent manner and made incorrect entries or failed to make entries on a record. Charge 2 was the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient records in violation of the administrative code. Charge 3, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that failed to meet the general accepted standards of nurse practice.
Okay. Are there any are there any facts that support those charges?
Yes.
Can you just kind of summarize what's alleged to have happened?
Okay, the respondent was employed at Liberty Community Living Center and on about March 21st until her termination date of May 8th. And on May 5th, when ordering Norco from the pharmacy for a resident, it was discovered that the resident should have at least 9 days remaining on that Norco. It was discovered that on April 18th, the respondent signed off on a card of 30 Norco for the residents. In a statement to the board and to the facility, the respondent admitted to signing the card, but states that she did not actually remove the card. The respondent assumed another nurse who worked on the card in the morning had removed the card. The facility requested that the respondent and another nurse have a drug screen. The drug screen was negative. The other nurse refused the test. The respondent was negative and the respondent was terminated for failing to follow procedures.
Okay, thank you. We'll look at page 12. And just state what that is for the record.
Page 12 is a facility report from Liberty Community Center dated May 11th, 2023. And the subject of this report is missing card of Norco.
Okay. So can you tell us what happened on May 5th?
On May 5th, the facility called in to get another card of Norco for resident VR. And they were told that there should be some medication still left for him. So on the 18th, it says the card of 30 Norco was signed out of the medication card by the respondent. The DON spoke to the respondent and stated that she did not remove the card, but thought someone else had removed the card on the previous shift. The DON and ADON completed a narcotics count and all the cards. There were no other discrepancies noted. They searched but could not find the card.
Okay, so according to this, she didn't remove it, but she signed out as if she did. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened on May 6th?
On May 6th, the DON interviewed Nurse L. Small that worked on the shift on 4/17. She stated that she did not remove the card. Both the respondent and the nurse L. Small were drug tested. The tests were negative.
Okay. And on the 8th, they were interviewed again. Can you tell us what happened then?
Yes, on the 8th, the respondent was interviewed again. They reviewed the narcotics count sheet and the respondent said that she signed out 3 cards of narcotics on 4/18. The missing card of 30 Xanax and the empty card, they were all located, but the Norco card could not be found.
Okay. And so did she admit to anything then in that?
Yes, she said that she signed for the card and she admitted that she did not ask anyone or contact anyone. She just signed the card out to make the count correct.
So she just did it to make it correct and didn't do anything with it at all, really.
Yes.
Excuse me, we look at page 14 and identify that.
Page 14B7 is a police report.
Okay, can you tell us what this report's about?
This report is from Liberty Community Living Center, and it is regarding an investigation into 30 narcos that were missing.
So that, this report, does it confirm the report we looked at from the facility?
Yes.
And on page 51, can you just state what this is for the record?
Page 51 is a witness statement from the respondent.
And can you tell us the date of this statement?
The date of the statement is 5/6/23.
And can you tell us what she says in her statement there?
Basically what she's saying is that she signed out the card in order to say that in order to keep down confusion regarding the missing card.
So that matches pretty much what we've already seen in that report, is that correct?
Yes.
And on page 53, I believe this is also her statement. I'm sorry. 52.
Yes. 52 is a statement from the respondent.
And who was this made to?
This was made to investigator H. Jones.
And what did she say in this statement?
On this statement, she just talked about the missing card and her signing out for the card.
So did she admit that she didn't count the card? That she just signed out the card?
Yes.
Okay. So does that match pretty much everything else we've seen in the record as well?
Yes.
So based on her statements in the record, did she falsify the narcotic count by signing out that narco card?
Yes.
State restaurant.
Any questions for the board witness? Okay, no questions. Any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor, sorry, the state rests.
Okay. Want to make a closing statement?
Just briefly, there were 3 charges against Ms. Tolliver. One, that she failed to make essential entries or falsified entries in records. The other, that she made false entries in patient records. And then lastly, that she practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet the generally accepted standards. You've seen evidence today that included 2 statements, a police report. 2 statements where she admitted that she falsified a record just to make the count correct. You've seen a police report that corroborated the facility report saying that she also said the same thing. It's not an acceptable standard to falsify records. Therefore, we believe we've met clear and convincing evidence to prove guilt of the charges against her. As such, we would ask that the board take disciplinary action on her license. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes the hearing in cause number 2023-0436. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. Make a motion. Ms. Johnson makes the motion. I'll second. Ms. Moody seconds it. Any discussion? All in favor? We're in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive It is 5:58 PM. I will announce the board's decision, the hearing panel's decision in the matter of case number 2023-0436. No, was that Ms. Oliver? Okay, yes. Sorry, I confused myself. The board's decision, hearing panel's decision was unanimous. They found her guilty of all charges. The order is that she be issued a restricted license for a minimum of 12 months, formal reprimand, $500 to be paid on or before 180 calendar days, single state license, conference with compliance officer, notification of present and future employer, quarterly reports, employer reports, workshop in legal aspects of nursing, continuing education within 6 months from the date of the order. She shall have written verification to the board's office that she has completed board-approved courses on ethics, such as righting a wrong, ethics and 3 hours, pharmacology and narcotics and documentation. She shall also complete a workshop or in-service within 90 days from the date, specifically on narcotics. And she shall have indirect supervision. Additional orders will be outlined in the order. The order will be issued in 45 days. That will conclude the hearing in this matter and the announcement. At this time, that completes our hearing agenda for the day. Motion to adjourn.